It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Francisco Giants. Hi, everybody, and a very happy Mother's Day to you. Welcome to Dodger Stadium, final game of the four-game series. Giants leading Colorado by 1, lead the Dodgers by 3.5, and they're trying to win 3 out of 4. For the Dodgers, battling for a split and try to get back to 2.5 behind San Francisco. On the mound for the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw making his report here to see how he is coming, having come off the DL, as you know, and for Clayton Kershaw, 11-5 lifetime against the Giants, a surprising 1.3 earned run average. The surprise is how in the world he ever lost 5 games. On the mound for the Giants, right-hander Tim Hudson, he is 6-4 lifetime. Hudson has a rather remarkable stat. First of all, he has faced 202 batters this year, and he has walked 3. And the other is, in 7 starts, he's gone at least 7 innings each time. So it should be quite a battle. Clayton Kershaw, Tim Hudson. Tomorrow night, remember, the Miami Marlins will be here, and Dan Herron will be on the mound. And with that, pull up a chair, relax, enjoy Mother's Day, and above all, watch the Giants and the Dodgers coming up right after this.
The San Francisco Giants and the Los Angeles Dodgers, one of the most storied rivalries in all of sport. Welcome inside Dodger Stadium, everybody. I'm Alana Rizzo. Game 4, the final game of a 4-game set between the Giants and the Dodgers. As far as the Dodgers are concerned, the delicate balance of the outfield continues to be an issue here for Los Angeles. Don Mattingly saying earlier this week that Yasiel Puig has pretty much solidified his spot in right field, and Matt Kemp has secured center field. That leaves the left field position as the only remaining spot that needs to be settled down. As far as today's game is concerned, well, it's going to be manned by Andre Ethier, which means that Carl Crawford, who is riding a 7-game hitting streak, is going to at least not start in this game. Let's make our way to the infield. Juan Uribe once again not in the starting lineup. He continues to nurse that mild right hamstring strain. They want to make sure he can run without any hesitation. They want him to be able to achieve 3 things. Number 1, run the bases. Number 2, field the bunt, and number 3, be able to field foul balls without any sort of hesitation. He is on the reserve list and is able to come off the bench in a pinch hit necessary situation. But as far as this game is concerned, it is the Dodgers ace, Clayton Kershaw. He will be opposed by Tim Hudson for the Giants. Vince Scully on the call after this.
Yes, indeed. It's time for Dodger baseball, all right. Members of the Dodger family starting us off on this Mother's Day. And now we'll be concentrating on the Sons as they go to work against the Giants. A beautiful day and a very happy and blessed Mother's Day to all concerned as Clayton Kershaw begins to tune up to finish up the final game of the 4-game series between the Giants and the Dodgers. As you probably know, Giants won the first 2 games. Dodgers bounced back yesterday. But still, the Giants have not only won 6 of the 9 this year, they're accustomed to winning. They have won 7 of the last 9 against the Dodgers, and they've won 4 of the last 6 series. So for Bruce Bochy, pretty happy mood sitting atop the heap, 1 game in front of Colorado, 3.5 in front of the Dodgers. And his lineup reads Angel Pagan in center field, Hunter Pence in right field, Buster Posey behind the plate, Pablo Sandoval at third, Brandon Hicks at second, Joaquin Arias at first, Juan Perez in left field, Ray Adrianza takes over at shortstop, and Tim Hudson is the pitcher. For the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw with a record of 2-0. Last year he was 3-1 against the Giants, and he is 11-5 And the big puzzle, as we had mentioned earlier, he is 11-5, and yet his earned run average against the Giants is 1.3. And you say, well, how in the world can you lose 5? Well, here are the scores of the games he lost: 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, and then 4-2. So Clayton heaves a sigh, backs off the rubber for the moment. Angel Pagan ready to step in. And here we go, the final game of the 4-game series. Kershaw into the windup. Left-hander ready, deals. First pitch a little low. Ball 1, 1-0. By the way, the plate umpire today has really been something. We'll give you the background in between pitches. Ted Barrett, who is also the crew chief. Pagan swings a shot up the middle, an inch by Kershaw's glove. So Pagan opens up with a single to center, and the batter will be Hunter Pence. How about this as we check first the Dodgers with the leather defensively, and they shape up this way. For the Dodgers in the outfield, Ethier, Kemp, and Puig. The infield, Turner, Ramirez, Gordon, Gonzalez, and the battery of Kershaw and Butera. A beautiful afternoon, albeit breezy, 84 degrees, and Kershaw now working out of a stretch. Pagan holding, and the pitch to Pence low, ball 1. We mentioned the plate umpire Ted Barrett. Well, he's the only umpire to work the plate for multiple perfect games. He had David Cohn's perfect game, he had Matt Cain's perfect game, and he also had Irvin Santana's no-hitter. So where Ted goes, action goes with him. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. Instead, Kershaw throws over to first. The Giants are not a running team. Pagan, however, has stolen 6 out of 8, and Pence at the plate has stolen 6 out of 7. What they rely on is what Giant teams in the past did. They hit a lot of home runs. They've hit 30 of 44 on the road. Pence backs off, a pitch is low. Kershaw behind now, 2 balls and no strikes. In this day and age, I guess because of the computer, the internet, etc., there is more information about players, I think, than you'd really want. But there is tremendous amount of information. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Hunter Pence. Kershaw delivers a towering fly ball. Tricky, blue sky, wind blowing it away. Puig goes up against the wall, and no play as the wind blew it away. The wind has been howling. I say howling for Southern California. You have to watch the flags all day. They're very confusing right now. They're blowing some in, a little bit left to right. Earlier, they were at right angles to the poles, blowing left to right. And earlier than that, the wind was blowing straight in. So it's going to be a problem for anyone on a ball hit in the air. So Pence is back up to the plate. 2-1 the count. Kershaw out of a stretch. Another look at Pagan. Now the pitch to the plate. Big bouncer, and that's going to be by the diving Turner down the line. Pagan takes a header rounding second. Gets back on his feet and gets to the bag. Boy, Angel Pagan hit the earth with a thud. Came right out from under his helmet. Holding on at first is Hunter Pence. So the Dodgers get a break on what might have been a double, or at least runners at first and third. Shot right over the bag. Turner tried to flag it, couldn't do it. And then Pagan, rounding second, really took a nasty fall. Got up and scrambled back. For a split second, the Giants almost had 2 men at second base, but Pence jammed on the brakes. So first and second, nobody out, and the batter is Buster Posey. Buster Posey checking in. We were talking about the information supplied about individuals. Kershaw delivers, and the first pitch swung on and missed. Kershaw has 4 pitches, basically: fastball, curveball, slider, and change. And they can give you batting averages against all 4 of his pitches. The top pitch that's hit, the fastball. The overall batting average against that is .248. Strike 1 pitch, and that's a little low, 1-1. The slider, the overall batting average, 153. The changeup, 143. And his curveball, the batting average is .086. So 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Clayton checking with runners at first and second. Nobody out. Left-hander deals. Fastball hit down to short. The feed for 1. The turn for 2. Over to third goes Pagan. And just like that, 2 out here in the first inning. So Buster Posey bangs into the double play. 6-4-3. And with 2 out, it'll be Pablo Sandoval. Dodgers turned that nicely and easily. There was no hurry to get Posey. So Ramirez to Gordon to Gonzalez. And it brings up a point so far in the last 27 games. The Giants, who are first, no doubt about that, but in their last 27 games with runners in scoring position, they're hitting 193. So here's Sandoval. Kershaw deals. High fly ball into left center. Kemp on the dead run. Dives. Can't get it. Run scores. Ball goes to the wall. Sandoval into second with a long double. And the Giants are on the board to lead 1-0. It would have been a lot worse if Pagan had gone to third. But they finally get him home anyway. So Sandoval a long double to center. Sandoval has not been hitting a lick for the Giants, and yet they're in first place, and you know he's going to hit better. So Kemp never really had a chance. He tried. He came, let's say half a foot or so from getting the glove on the ball. Kershaw sweating out the play and then goes down into a crouch, realizing the run has scored. So Pagan brings it in. It is 1-0 in favor of the Giants. And the batter now, Brandon Hicks, the second baseman. Right-hand batter. Kershaw's fastball low and away, ball 1. Giants scored 2 runs in the second inning yesterday. They scored 2 runs in the 5th inning of game 2. And they had to wait to get Hicks' home run to score in the 7th. But they're on the boards here in the first inning today. 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back. Good fastball at 93. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. For Pablo Sandoval, it took a while. Maybe it's the white shoes that he is wearing. Whatever it is, he finally got an RBI for the first one since April 16th. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Kershaw ready, back, and it's foul back. Another good fastball. So Pablo Sandoval, who was certainly a mainstay for the Giant attack. Pablo off to a very slow start. He was hitting 173, had only 6 RBIs, and the Giants are playing their 38th game. So he comes up with the double, the RBI, which is what they're looking for. And Angel Pagan, a rough ride, but he made it home for the run. Now the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and down goes Hicks. So the Giants wind up with 2 singles and a double for 1. And it's Sandoval that drives it in at the end of half an inning, 1-0 San Francisco. bottom of the first inning. Giants lead 1-0. And we'll take a look now at the Dodger lineup as presented by Don Mattingly. D. Gordon leading off at second base, Yasiel Puig in right field, and Hanley Ramirez at short. Adrian Gonzalez at first base, Matt Kemp in center field. Andre Ethier is in left, Justin Turner at third, Drew Butera is the catcher, and Clayton Kershaw the pitcher. On the mound for the Giants, Tim Hudson out of Columbus, Georgia, lives in Alabama, went to Auburn University, and was originally signed by the Oakland A's. In fact, he was with the A's from 1999 through 04. Then from 05, he was with the Braves right up until last year. He's had two big years. In the year 2000 with Oakland, he won 20. And in 2010, he won 17 for Atlanta. His control is extraordinary, and we'll see if that holds up today. Right-hander ready and delivers, and Gordon has a look at a strike, and the count 0-1. D. Gordon off to a great start. He's been the catalyst, the thing to make things happen. And Gordon, as he stands in at the plate, hitting .336. He has 24 stolen bases, had 3 yesterday. Hudson rocks and turns, strike one, pitch, curveball hit over the mound. Moving on, and as Hicks throws to first in time for the out. So Gordon taps out, 1 away. Give us a chance to check the Giants defensively, and here's the way they stack up. Arias, Hicks, Adrianza, and Sandoval on the infield. Perez, Pagan, and Pence in the outfield, with Posey handling Hudson. We were talking about Hudson. He has now faced 203 batters this year, and he has walked 3. And you know what his record is in the daytime? 72 victories and only 28 losses. That'd be a .720 percentage. So control and sunshine, and Hudson is a very tough man to beat. The batter now, Yasiel Puig, who takes low and inside, ball 1, 1-0. Being Mother's Day, there's a preponderance of pink. A lot of guys wearing pink sweatbands, pink bats, and there are several Giants who are wearing dazzling white shoes, including Hudson. The 1-0 pitch, Puig takes inside again, ball 2. You have the pitcher Hudson, white shoes. Pablo Sandoval, stunning in white shoes. The shortstop, Adrianza, also in white shoes. And out in left field, Perez wears white shoes. And the next pitch off the plate. So a count now, 3 balls and no strikes. So just imagine he's walked 3 men in 203 batters. And Puig has added a little extra touch. He not only has pink wristbands, he has a flare of pink in his shoes. 3-0 pitch. He shows bunt, takes a strike, and the count 3-1. 1-0 in favor of the Giants. We're just starting, bottom of the first inning. Puig hitting .415 with a 10-game hitting streak. And now the 3-1 pitch from Hudson, swung on, fouled away. Yasiel way out in front of it, hit it off the end of the bat. Fouled off to the right. During that 10-game hitting streak, he has scored 6 runs. He has hit 2 home runs. He has 10 RBIs and 7 walks. He's been a one-man gang up there. 3-2 the count. Hudson just rocks and turns. Right-hander delivers, swung on, ground ball foul outside of third. And the count remains 3-2. Dodgers and Giants for their final meeting for quite a while. We'll see the Giants on a weekend up there, 25th, 26th, 27th of July. We'll also see the Giants in September for 6. 3 down here, 3 up there. Puig chases a bad ball and strikes out off speed, and Hudson's at it again, retiring 2, coming from a 3-0 count to strike out Puig. Pitch was dying. It was way out of the zone. So Puig is badly fooled. Now the batter is Hanley Ramirez. Hudson has made 7 previous starts this year and he's gone at least 7 innings in every start. Johnny Cueto is one of only 2 pitchers, Hudson's the other, in the major leagues to go 7 innings in each of his 7 starts. So Tim Hudson looks in to get a sign. Hanley waiting, and the first pitch to Hanley swung on, little ground ball wide of third. Sandoval is on it to throw him out, and so for Hudson, a very quiet first inning. And at the end of 1, Giants 1, Dodgers nothing. Giants. Say, be sure to spend Memorial Day with your family and friends at Dodger Stadium. That's the 26th of May on Monday. Dodgers and Reds at 5:10, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance take home an Andre Ethier themed barbecue apron presented by Farmer John. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Andre playing today out there in left field, and in the second inning, Joaquin Arias will start it off playing first base. Kershaw into the windup, first pitch foul back, and the count 0-1. There is talk of various players playing first in the absence of Brandon Belt, who had his left thumb broken, hit by a pitch thrown by Paul Maholm. Arias is one of them. Hector Sanchez, a catcher, might see some duty over there. Also, the left fielder, Michael Morse, will probably play a bit at first as well, and Buster Posey. Arias' big swing comes up empty, and the count 0-2. Michael Morse, who has trouble in left field, and of course on a day like today, this would be a nightmare for him with the wind blowing, but he might play first. Strike 2 pitches low, ball 1. 1-2 the count to Joaquin Arias. So the 2 shortstops wearing the same number 13. Giants lead 1-0. Arias, slender right-hander. Hanley Ramirez in a crouch, staring in for the moment. Now the pitch coming up, and that's foul back to the screen. Still 0-2. Brandon Belt, of course, is really sorely missed, and we don't mean that as a pun. Fastball got him up and in on his left thumb. He's a left-hand batter. That was the top hand, and at first you thought, well, maybe it just grazed him, but it wound up broken, and he's going to be out for about 6 weeks. The pitch to Arias is low, and the count goes 2-2 strikes. So Clayton Kershaw, it's been a while. Oh, we saw him pitch in Sydney, Australia. We saw him pitch in Washington, but finally, on this date, he pitches at Dodger Stadium. 2-2 pitch on the way. Clayton delivers, ground ball foul outside of third, and the count stays. 2-2 the count. Kershaw taking a little time, now turns, ready. Here he comes, 2-2. Big curveball and a little foul ball off first. Gonzalez can't get under it, and it's 2 rows back in. Two and 2 the count. So Arias making Kershaw work a bit with Perez on deck, and then Adrianza, the shortstop. 2-2 pitch coming up, and it is swung on and foul back. So Kershaw put Brandon Hicks away for his first strikeout of the day. Now he's given a battle with Arias. This will be the 9th pitch coming up. Still trying to get rid of Joaquin Arias, a shortstop who plays first base. Kershaw delivers, got him. 92-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees, and down goes Arias. Strikeout number 2 for Clayton, and the batter now will be Juan Perez.
Number 2, Juan Perez.
Perez has been with the club, but then he was sent down. Now he's been brought back. A very fine defensive outfielder. Juan Perez came to the United States from the Dominican Republic. He was 14 years old. Spoke little English, and growing up in the Bronx in New York. He takes ball 1. So he went back to the Dominican to play in the baseball academy in Santiago. 1-0 pitch on the way to Juan, and he hits a little ground ball to Adrian Gonzalez. He's on the bag for the second out. 2 down, second inning, 1-0 in favor of San Francisco. And now A-Ray Adrianza coming up. That first name, A-Ray, E-H-I-R-E. His dad is also named A-Ray. In fact, his father earns a living preparing young players for baseball showcases. He's also scouted for the White Sox and the Marlins. Kershaw ready, delivers. A-Ray fouls it back, 0-1. His father grew up with Ozzie Guillen. So when A-Ray was born, it was only natural that Ozzie Guillen became his godfather. And of course, A-Ray just about destined, I guess, to be a shortstop. Strike 1 pitch on the way with a breeze blowing to right, and it's a hopper to the right side. 1 bounce to Gordon, and that's that. So down go the Giants at the end of an inning and a half. Giants 1, Dodgers nothing. The second inning, trailing 1-0. If you were not with us at the time, Pagan opened up with a single. Pence single to left, might have been an extra base hit. Pagan rounding second, took a real header, rolled around on the ground, got back up and went back to second. Pence had to hold at first. Posey grounded into a double play, but then Pablo Sandoval doubled the left center. Pagan finally scored, and the Giants lead 1-0. Now it'll be Adrian Gonzalez, Matt Kemp, and Andre Ethier against Tim Hudson. Hudson has been so remarkable, you wonder, has anyone done well against him? And we'll let you know in a minute. Tim into the windup, delivers. Adrian takes a strike. Hicks way out in right field. Then you have the shortstop, Adrianza, on the rim, way over to the left. Pablo Sandoval is in the hole at shortstop. Not that wide over at first is Arias, and the pitch to Gonzalez in under the hands, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Tim Hudson going up against Adrian Gonzalez, and the answer, Adrian is hitting .400 against him. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way, and that's taken off the plate. 2-1. Now Adrianza has committed. He's gone over to the other side of second base. So it's a diamond defense. The point of the diamond is Hicks in right field. 2-1 the count. Hudson rocks, turns, right-handed delivers, swung on and missed. 2-2 the count. Adrian in and out of the box. He's had great success against Hudson. Gonzalez hitting .264. Tim ready and delivers, and it's stroked on the ground, but the shallow right fielder will throw him out. So Brandon Hicks, 25 feet out, threw it to first. Arias dropped the ball while in the act of throwing, so Gonzalez is out. 1 down. Don Mattingly is going to go out and appeal to Paul Schreiber, the umpire, saying he thought that Arias had just dropped the throw. Schreiber somewhat nodding in agreement. Now at second base, there's always an argument whether the fellow was in the act of throwing. If you're playing first base, there's nobody out. There's really no act of throwing. I mean, you're going to throw to one of his teammates to throw the ball around the infield. So Mattingly comes back. Arias made the catch, then turned to throw, dropped the ball, but the out was already recorded. So 1 away. You can see Wallach thumbs down. Don't bother, Skip. Come on back to the dugout. Meanwhile, Arias, who's normally a shortstop, but again, as we talked earlier, a lot of people are going to play first base in the absence of Brandon Belt. No one will really be able to replace him, just they'll fill his spot defensively. First pitch now to Matt Kemp is high, ball 1. When you look at Tim Hudson, Kemp is the only Dodger who have hit a home run against him. Matt hitting .270, hit his 5th home run yesterday over the right field scoreboard. And the next pitch grounded to short. The middleman over there, because they loaded up the left side, is the shortstop Adrianza. So down goes Kemp. Couple of ground balls here in the second inning. And the batter will be Andre Ethier. A little bit of a surprise knowing how well Ethier had hit Matt Cain in the past. But they started Carl Crawford. Crawford, with a small hitting streak, went 1 for 4. And, of course, that's the problem Mattingly has, trying to juggle 4 outfielders, although the juggle appears now to be reduced. The juggle is between Crawford and Ethier. And the first pitch is driven into the gap in left center and deep. This one is going to be off the wall. Andre on his way into second base with a double. So Ethier, a 2-out double to the gap in left center, and the batter will be Justin Turner. Andre got a pitch right out over the middle of the plate, maybe knee high, and he just drove it. For a moment there, it looked like it might carry off the wall. It hit the very base of the wall. Perez made a good play to play the carom, but Andre was into second base long ahead of the throw. So a 2-out double by Ethier. Here's Turner trying to pick him up. 1-0 favor of the Giants. We're in the second inning. For Andre, his fourth double of the year. Hudson out of a stretch, looks back at second. The pitch to Turner is taken low, ball one. Couple of notes. We've told you about the magnificent control that Hudson has. He's made 6 quality starts in 7. Whatever you do, you don't like to go after the first pitch. If you put the first pitch against Hudson in play, you're in a lot of trouble, believe it or not. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Turner takes ball 2. Give you an idea, when the first pitch is put into play, hitters are batting .222. If the count is 0-1 and it's put into play, hitters are batting less than 100. When the count is 1-0 and the next pitch is put in play, the hitters are batting 167. And altogether, they're hitting .226 if they hit the first pitch. Every now and then, something like Ethier pops up. 2-0 pitch is a ground ball to short. Nice big hop for Adrianza, and that'll be that. So the Dodgers waste the double. And at the end of 2, it's 1-0 San Francisco. Dodgers wasted a 2-out double by Andre Ethier. Andre playing today against a pitcher, Tim Hudson, who has given him a bad time. However, Ethier with that double is 5 for 24 against Hudson, and all 5 hits have been for extra bases, 4 doubles and a triple. Though Andre perks up a little bit with that double, however, the Dodgers waste it. We go to the third inning. Hudson, Pagan, and Pence coming up. By the way, you know, one of the things that I hear every now and then, and I've heard it from both ways. I've heard people say, you know, every time I go to a Dodger game, they win. Or I've had people say, you know, every time I go to a Dodger game, they lose. Here's the first pitch to Hudson, and that's in there for a strike. So it got me thinking about superstitions, and it brought back a story that I had heard many years ago. It was about a bat boy. Strike one pitch is swung on and missed, the count 0-2. The bat boy was a bat boy for the Yankees, and his name was Eddie Bennett. And Eddie Bennett was a hunchback, and the players would rub the hump before they'd go up and hit, thinking that would help them get a base hit. Strike 2 pitch is low, ball 1. Well, he was the bat boy for the Chicago White Sox in 1919, and the Chicago White Sox won, got into the series. He then moved and became the bat boy for the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1920. And they won. Here's the 1-2 pitch, low and inside, 2-2. Well, the Yankees were not going to let a good thing get away. So they hired Eddie Bennett, and they did the same thing. They would rub the hump on his back. Well, the Yankees won in 1921, and they won in 1922, and they won in 1923. Then there was a break, but he was still there, and they won in 26, 27, and 28. You talk about a superstition. Start right away with the bat boy, and his name was Eddie Bennett. Meanwhile, 3-2 the count to Tim Hudson, and he fouls the pitch back. 3-2 the count. Hudson with the bat has 2 hits, so he pales in comparison to Madison Bumgarner and Matt Cain. They are very good hitters. He's a very good pitcher. 3-2 pitch. Kershaw delivers out of the strike zone, and Hudson chased it for strike 3. Looked like a fastball up around his eyes, and Hudson went after it. So one away, Madison Bumgarner quietly on the rail, listening to a teammate. Bumgarner's a dandy of a hitter, has a grand slam this year. 7 pitches to take care of Hudson. He becomes strikeout number 3 for Kershaw. Now Angel Pagan hitting .312. Single to center despite taking a header rounding second. Came home with a run. Hughes one to Adrian Gonzalez for the out. And just like that, 2 down in the 3rd inning. And the Giants are leading 1-0. 2 singles followed by a double play ball off the bat of Buster Posey, only to have Pablo Sandoval double in the run. So the moms are here with their children. Several of the Dodger moms were here. One of the nicest things I ever saw in a ballpark, a recent Mother's Day at Dodger Stadium. They must have had 8 or 9 moms, and each mother throwing the ball to her son in a Dodger uniform. That was quite a sight. The pitch now to Hunter Pence is low, ball 1-0. Dodgers again don't exactly overload. Gordon is up the middle. Gonzalez all alone on the right side. The pitch low, ball 2. The outfield is deep straight away. And the breeze, and that's going to be a factor. Normally you don't talk about the wind at Dodger Stadium, but today you'd best keep an eye on it. Right now it's just kind of a zephyr-like blowing in. 2 balls and no strikes. Fastball drilled in there for a strike to Hunter Pence. 2-1 the count. Giants lead 1-0. Trying to win the series. Win 3 out of 4. Dodgers trying for a split. The next one is low. So Clayton falls behind. 3 balls and 1 strike. We're in the 3rd. Giants lead 1-0. Giants have beaten the Dodgers 7 of the last 9 times. And they've won 6 of 9 this year as Posey waits on deck. 3 balls and 1 strike to Hunter Pence. That swung on and lifted foul. Coming back, Butera squinting in the sun, and it's in the stands. By the way, Butera has somewhat of a gaudy outfit. It is a chest protector that is trimmed in pink. The shoulder pads are pink. The helmet is still Dodger blue, but the mask is a shocking pink. So for Drew Butera, he's a vision today. 3-2 the count, and it is fouled off by Pence. 1 run, 3 hits for the Giants. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. If you're in the sunlight today, a couple of things. Remember, hydrate, water, and sunblock. And if you can, wear a hat. 3-2 the count. Kershaw ready, comes to the plate, fastball, got him. So down goes Pence, down go the Giants. 7 in a row retired by Clayton, but the Giants still lead 1-0, even though that good fastball blows down a very good hitter. 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Big crowd on this Mother's Day. A guess would put it somewhere awfully close to 50,000. We were not told it's a sellout, but we do know it's a whopper of a crowd, and we're delighted to have them all here, especially the kids. By the way, and it is kind of nice for me to have it, anytime I try to tell a story or reminisce, the fellas always keep a tight check on me. So I was telling you that story about Eddie Bennett, the humpback bat boy. So they went on the, I guess, Google, Wikipedia, whatever, and they came up with the background on him. We can tell you the final as Butera swings, fouls it away, and the count 0-1. The boys tell me that Eddie Bennett in 1932 was hit by a New York taxi cab. He wasn't killed, but he was seriously injured, and he passed away 3 years later in 1935. And that's the story of Eddie Bennett, the good luck bat boy. Line drive, base hit for Drew Butera. So the catcher's been swinging a good bat, especially of late. As usual, he would attribute that to a lot of hard work. Mark McGwire, John Valentin working with him. And he now just hits the ball where it's pitched instead of just trying to pull everything. And a line drive single. So the Dodgers had a double by 8 here, but it came with 2 out. Now Butera leads off with a single, and we see if they have Kershaw bunting and whether he's able to get the bunt down. Kershaw does not have a sacrifice. Shows bunt, drops it nicely. And the play has to be to first base as Posey throws him out. But Clayton, who's only pitched a couple of games, a perfect bunt. So the Dodgers, for the second inning in a row, have a runner in scoring position, still trailing 1-0. Posey makes the play. The Dodgers, at one stage in this series, as you see, Kershaw just dropped that baby like poached egg, and then he'll be thrown out by Posey. The Dodgers at one stage, and that would be through 5 innings of yesterday's game, they were 0 for 12. 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position in the series. And yesterday they finally woke up in the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings to win. So we'll see now, base hit, sacrifice, and here's Gordon. They pull up the corners, and D swings, fouls it back, and the count 0-1. So Tim Hudson, a solid pitcher working on a solid ball player. D. Gordon hitting .333. Hudson, 6'1", 175 pounds. Butera taking his lead. 0-1 to count. Tim set at the belt. Another look back at second, and the pitch to Gordon is taken for a strike, and the count 0-2. When Tim Hudson was with the Braves, Freddie Gonzalez called him bodacious. And everybody asked Freddie, where in the world did you come up with the nickname of bodacious? Well, what happened was Freddie one night was watching the Rodeo channel. I didn't even know there was a Rodeo channel, but he was watching, and they were talking about the great bull, Bodacious, that only a few people ever rode. Gordon rolls one to the right side. Hicks is up with it. That over to third base goes Butera, and the batter now will be Yasiel Puig. Anyway, according to Freddie Gonzalez, they said the owner of Bodacious had to retire him because he thought he was going to kill somebody. Well, he nicknamed Tim Hudson Bodacious. Bull or otherwise, Tim is a wonderful pitcher, and now he's gone after Puig, who struck out in the first inning. 2 down third, 1-0 Giants. Hudson pitching out of his stretch. He can look right at Butera, who's coming down the line from third. Tim, a master of control. Set at the belt. Looks over at third. Now to the plate. Puig waits and takes, and it's low and away, ball 1. As we always do when there is a runner at third, we check the pitcher. Hudson with great control, but he does have a wild pitch. though it'll happen to the best of them. 1 ball and no strikes. Puig had the count 3-0 and eventually struck out. He has a 10-game hitting streak. Hudson at the belt, right-handed deals, fastball swung on and missed, and the count 1-1. Tim Hudson working on Yasiel Puig. Giants lead 1-0. Puig came into the game hitting .315. 5 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Hudson again set at the belt. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Yasiel, a big bouncer wide of third. Sandoval gets it and throws him out on a close play. So the Dodgers have left Ethier at second, Butera at third, and at the end of 3, it's still 1-0 San Francisco. By Honda. This is not a drill. Get a great deal on a new Honda right now during the Spring Into a Honda sales event. 4th inning on this beautiful Mother's Day, and a crowd of somewhere close to 50,000 on hand. Giants lead the Dodgers 1-0. The other day when Madison Bumgarner was pitching, we were commenting on the fact that there were 9 fly balls to center field. Bumgarner is certainly considered a fly ball pitcher. Well, for Tim Hudson, considered to be a ground ball pitcher, he's already had 8 ground balls in the first 3 innings. So into the 4th, Posey, Sandoval, and Hicks in that order against Clayton Kershaw. Remember the 5 games that Kershaw has lost to the Giants: 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, and 4-2. He's down 1-0 today. Fastball in for a strike, 0-1. Posey grounded into a double play in the first inning. If Posey goes after a curveball, he's 0 for 12 when swinging at Kershaw's curve. There's a hanger, and it's banged into left field. That was just an off-speed pitch. Came up there at 73 miles an hour. That's like a gift certificate for Buster Posey. A line drive single to left. Just a big, slow rainbow. The kind of a pitch a big league hitter like Posey can stay back, wait, and rip it. So a base hit by Posey to lead off. That would be the 4th Giant hit to go with their 1 run. Here's Pablo Sandoval, who doubled in a run. First RBI since the middle of April against the Dodgers. He went 21 games. And he is stunning in pink. Ground ball to third, down to second base. They get 1. Gordon gets it to first. Double play. So the Dodgers turn their second double play 5-4-3. Their first one was 6-4-3. 2 down, and the batter will be Brandon Hicks.
Second baseman, number 14, Brandon Hicks.
Brandon Hicks struck out in the first inning. 2 out, top of the fourth, 1-0 San Francisco. Brandon Hicks hitting just 196. When he gets a base hit, it's usually noteworthy. Not for the fact that he's only had a few of them, but he has some extra base hits. He has a total of 18 hits, and he has 6 doubles, 2 triples, and 4 home runs. So 12 of his hits for extra bases. Brandon Hicks trying to replace a really good player, Marco Scutaro. Nothing new, no news at all on Marco, who meant so much to the Giants in 2012 and 13. All we know, he has a bad back. Way out in front of the off-speed 73. That was the same pitch that Posey jumped on to single, but Hicks couldn't wait. Another big, slow breaking ball. It's hard to lay back on that kind of a pitch. It must look like a basketball. 0-2 the count. And another one. See you later. So 3 in a row to strike out Hicks a second time. 5 strikeouts for Kershaw, but he's still trailing. Take one look at one slow curve and you get another. It's still 1-0 Giants. One to nothing in favor of the Giants. We'll take a look at what's on the horizon for the Dodgers. Giants leave after the game. They'll go home and play Atlanta, and the Dodgers dig in to play the Marlins for 3 starting tomorrow night. The Marlins will be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7, and then the Dodgers leave on the off day Thursday. They go to Arizona on the weekend to play the Diamondbacks, and then go all the way east and play the Mets and the Phillies before returning. When they do come back, they'll play Cincinnati, followed by Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Hudson and Kershaw are playing Can You Top This? In the bottom of the 3rd inning, Hudson made 7 pitches. So in the top of the 4th inning, Kershaw made 6 pitches. And into the bottom of the 4th we go. Ramirez, Gonzalez, and Kemp. Little slider in there for a strike. 0-1. Hanley, grounded to 3rd, has been very quiet in the series. Good reason yesterday. They walked him twice and hit him, so he was 0 for 1 yesterday. Game before, 0 for 4. And the game before that, 0 for 4. So Hanley, 0 for 8. Then 0 for 9. And now 0 for 10. Of course, the Dodgers, let's face it, they are not going to go anywhere. Not to the top. Not without Ramirez. So Hanley waiting, 1 ball and 1 strike. Ground ball. It's the second baseman on the shortstop side to throw him out. I tell you, that shift sure has a lot of casualties as far as hitters are concerned. And just like that, 1 away. Ground ball. The 9th ground ball given up by Tim Hudson. And the batter, Adrian Gonzalez. Tim Hudson talks about an interesting routine that he did for quite a while. I guess the easy way to say is, first of all, have you ever heard of putters in golf practicing putting with their eyes closed? They do that a lot. That's ball 1 to Adrian. Well, actually, there was a time where Hudson would practice in the bullpen, and as he said, I don't know how many times I threw bullpens with my eyes closed. The 1-0 pitch in there. He said his coach, Rick Peterson, said it will make you a big believer in visualization, make your mind and body become one. The catchers weren't happy about it. They never knew where the ball was going to go, but yeah, warming up with your eyes closed. Gonzalez chasing a bad ball, 1-2 the count, swinging that pink bat. Tim Hudson with a record of 4-2, 6-4 lifetime against the Dodgers. Ground ball to the 1 man in the 1 position with all that open spaces. That finds Pablo Sandoval. That has to be maddening for Adrian Gonzalez. So Ramirez hits a ball that would have been a base hit, but Hicks was there. Now Gonzalez hits it, and the 1 man on the left side right to him. And here comes Matt Kemp. Matt Kemp did solve the shift yesterday. He not only went the other way, he also cleared the scoreboard in right field. Pence climbed the fence, but the ball went over, and the Dodgers had an extra 1. So we have 2 down, and they load up the left side on Matt Kemp. Arias all alone on the right side. And a strike. Ten ground balls. 10 ground balls and a strikeout. That's been the story for Tim Hudson. Remarkable. All the way to the screen, 1-1. Tim Hudson, like so many of the modern ball player, he has a tattoo on the inside of his left forearm. It's a symbol representing the zodiac sign of his daughter Kennedy, who is a Leo. He has another one, a Taurus, for his daughter Tess. The 1-1 pitch on the way. In there, 1-2. Two out, bases empty, bottom of the 4th, 1-0 Giants. 2-2. Up and down, in and out. Hudson moving it all around the strike zone. Well, let's see. He's faced 3, 7, 11. He's faced 13 batters, no walks. That means he's now faced 215 batters and walked 3 all year. Ground ball, who's it going to be? It's the shortstop, Adrianza. The 11th ground ball. Hudson makes it look so easy. And at the end of 4, Giants 1, Dodgers 0. Follow every Dodger game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, score, stats, audio, free MLB.TV game of the day, and so much more. Download on the App Store or visit Dodgers.com today. Fifth inning, 1-0 Giants. If you weren't with us, Pagan opened up with a single to center. Hunter Pence hit what might have been a double, except Pagan rounded second and fell down. Still runners at first and second. Posey hit into a double play, Pagan taking third, and Sandoval, who had not had an RBI in a month, double a left center, and that's the run. Big hopper to third base. Justin Turner right there. Plenty of time, and that takes care of Arias. One out. So Arias,
left fielder, number 2,
Kershaw has now made 49 pitches with one out in the fifth inning. Hudson has made only 40 pitches before he goes to the mound in the fifth inning. So here's Juan Perez. He rolled to first, 0 for 1. And ball one. Miami will be here. Giancarlo Stanton and company. Dan Herron will be on the mound for the Dodgers. Herron Monday, Beckett Tuesday, Mahalam on Wednesday. If you want to see one of the outstanding young pitchers in baseball, Jose Fernandez, he'll pitch Wednesday. Tuesday, Jacob Turner, and Monday, Tom Kohler. High fly ball to shallow center. Kemp is there, and wind is not blowing. So that's a break for any outfielder with the flags hanging limply. 2 down.
Shortstop, number 6, A-Ray Adrianza.
A-Ray Adrianza coming up, grounded out in the second inning. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the fifth, it'll be Ethier, Turner, and Butera. A-Ray. First ball swinging, foul ball out of play, back into the crowd. 0-1. Adrianza grounded out in the second inning. Breaking ball misses, 1-1. We told you about Adrianza going to the academy. He said there were 35 players in one room with rows of bunk beds, learning baseball the hard way. He signed with the Giants in Venezuela. He was only 15, but he's been playing baseball, he says, since he was 3 years old. At least, I guess, picking the ball up off the ground. 3-1 to A-Ray. Adrianza will be 25. Switch hitter and a strike. Three and two. Fastball, so he's still there. Giants featuring switch hitters Pagan, Sandoval, Adrianza. Breeze has picked up a little bit, blowing from left to right. 3-2. Fastball, a hopper, foul ball. No play. 1 run, 4 hits for the Giants. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. We mentioned it once before. I think it was back in 1927. The Yankees were playing a doubleheader. They lost both games. bad ball. Down he goes. And the second game of the doubleheader lasted 56 minutes. Meanwhile, 6 strikeouts for Kershaw. And at the end of 4 1/2, still 1-0 San Francisco. One to nothing in favor of the Giants. Quite a duel between left-hander Clayton Kershaw and right-hander Tim Hudson. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Andre Ethier, Justin Turner, and then Drew Butera. Hudson has allowed 11 ground balls for outs. He has 1 strikeout. He's allowed a double to Ethier, but it came with 2 out, and a leadoff single by Butera, and that's it. So Ethier 5 for 24, but all 5 hits, extra hits against extra base hits against Hudson. Ball 1. 4 doubles and a triple. 1 run, 4 hits for the Giants. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Look where Posey is, right in there. They're going to check. Swing, says third base umpire Mark Carlson. And they count 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one. A line drive down the line. So Ethier is not only going to have another hit, it's going to be another extra base hit. He is 6 for 25 against Hudson, 5 doubles and a triple. And now the Dodgers again have a tiebreaker in scoring position with nobody out. So Ethier doubled to left center, now doubles to right. Turner, Butera, and Kershaw trying to get him up. Justin Turner grounded to short in the 2nd inning. Arias asking the bench, where do you want me to play? And he is way off the bag, wide to his right. Sandoval gestured to the bench, how about me? Where do you want me? And they gestured, stay right where you are or move back a couple of steps. So the Giants directing the inner defense, and Turner now all of a sudden Sandoval moves over to his left. He's kind of moving all around over there at third base. Oh, he's waving at an infield fly. That's what it is. Ground ball wide of first. That's where Arias is to make the play. So Turner, a good effort. He wanted to take a shot to right field. If nothing else, he gets his man over to third, but now it's up to Drew Butera. That's 12 ground balls against Tim Hudson. Butera singled to center in the third inning. Meeting at the mound, Buster Posey talking as to how they planned to pitch Butera and what happened with the previous at bat. So the Dodgers had the tying run at third in the third inning. They had a runner, Ethier, at second base in the second inning. Now they have Ethier at third with one out in the fifth. And it's still 1-0 Giants. Butera trying to pick him up. Kershaw on deck. It's hit off the end of the bat. There's going to be a play at the plate, and it is a wide throw. Did he make the tag? Yes. What a play by Buster Posey. First of all, it was an amazing catch, and he still had the presence of mind to tag out Andre Ethier. Remarkable play by Buster Posey. So Butera hit one off the end of the bat right to Brandon Hicks, who threw to the plate, and the tag by Posey getting Ethier. So the Dodgers really spinning their wheels in place. Ethier trying to avoid Posey making the tag and the catch, which was up the line. There was nowhere for Ethier to go. And it wasn't a case of Posey illegally blocking. He was going for the ball. So the Dodgers come up short yet again. Fielder's choice. Standing at first is Butera. And here's Kershaw. And ball one. Of course, Kershaw once upon a time helped to beat the Giants. You may remember with the home run over the center field fence. There's a beach ball loose in right field, so timeout for the moment. Two out. Butera at first. Dodgers getting Ethier out because Andre had nowhere to go on a throw up the line. Great one-handed catch and tag by Posey. Years ago, the way the catcher's mitt was constructed, it'd be pretty impossible to make that play and keep the ball in the pocket. But now, catcher's mitts fold just about in half. They're almost like a first baseman's mitt. And a shot up the middle, wouldn't you know? So the Dodgers continue to frustrate themselves as Kershaw gets a base hit. Butera can only get to second, and the batter will be D. Gordon.
Second baseman, D. Gordon.
So the Dodgers have the same number of hits as the Giants, but they've been unable to put them together to get a run. Now they have two out, runners at first and second. And here's Gordon, who twice grounded to Hicks, the second baseman. Butera, the catcher, might be a tough guy to get home on a base hit, and the breeze has really picked up, blowing left to right. I mean, they're blowing the flags almost up, and a strike at the plate. Today, more than any other day in a long time, the wind could very well be a factor. Was a little bit of a factor yesterday. Michael Morse couldn't catch a fly ball to left field. It wound up dropping to his left. Right for the moment, it looks like the wind is blowing in. 0-1. Good breaking ball. 0-2 the count. So 1 run, 4 hits for the Giants. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Boy, that looked like a nice, easy fastball. You talk about a late break. Time. There's another beach ball or balloon picked up in left field. Now, for good measure, the wind is blowing from right to left. It's kind of a goofy day here with the wind. 0-2 to Gordon. 2 on, 2 out. Golf foul. Still 0-2. Giants got a run in the first inning. Pagan and Penn singled, and with 2 out, Sandoval doubled in a run. Dodgers, nothing yet. They left Butera at third with a leadoff single. They left Ethier at second with a 2-out double. And they've had a double and a single here in the fifth, and they're still running in place. 0-2 to Gordon. Fastball rolled up along first. Foul ball. Still 0-2. Everything on the ground. 13 ground balls. Boy, that's an old-looking helmet belonging to Hanley Ramirez. That looked like Craig Biggio's helmet, which really looked like something that went through the wars. 0-2 the count. Giants trying to win 3 out of 4 and go home to play Atlanta. Dodgers trying to get a split in the 4-game series. Big game in the standings, either 4.5 back or 2.5 back. 1-2. It's amazing, isn't it, to watch somebody like Hudson giving up 3 walks, 200 and some odd batters. You see pitchers struggling to throw a strike, and then you get a fellow like Hudson. It's remarkable. Got him. So down goes Gordon. The Dodgers really frustrating themselves. Lead 2, and it's still 1-0 Giants. Dream matchup. Juan Marichal for the Giants, Sandy Koufax for the Dodgers. In the Giant lineup, 3 Hall of Famers to be: Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, and Orlando Cepeda. All Sandy Koufax did was pitch a no-hitter, beat them 8-0. Sandy that year went 25-5, and among other things, struck out 308. A game to remember a little over 50 years ago. Let's go back to this one. Sandy Koufax, and of course Clayton Kershaw trying to follow in his steps, although they are different steps, no pun intended, but They are giant steps because Koufax pitched every 4th day. Clayton works every 5th day. Big difference right there. And talking about work, Tim Hudson is making it look easy. He's made 55 pitches in 5 innings. That's all. Kershaw made 60. A drive hooking away and backhanded by Matt Kemp. Oh, what a play. The breeze was blowing the ball away from Kemp. That's what made the catch so doubtful. And Matt somehow was able to catch up, showing why he's had 2 Gold Gloves. An extraordinary diving catch to take an extra base hit away from Tim Hudson. Right there, gotcha. A close-up shows you the roll and tumble on the catch, but he had to go a long way, and the wind tantalizing by blowing the ball away from him. Somehow he caught up. 1 out in the 6th. That's a strike to Pagan. We'll show you just how far he had to go. Take a look. He's there. And now watch. The wind is blowing. The ball is moving. Fully extended. He had to lunge and he caught up to it. Meanwhile, another strike to Pagan. So Kershaw made 60 pitches in 5 innings. Hudson made 55. Oh, and 2. Ball 1. Clayton 11 and 5, despite the fact his earned run average is 1.3 against San Francisco. Fastball 2 and 2. Clayton last year was 3 and 1 against San Francisco, but this is a better team. San Francisco is. Not that much of a drastic overhaul, but Boshi has a ball club now with a solid bullpen, good starting pitching, good defense, and some power. He just did hold up on that pitch. 3 and 2 to Angel Pagan, switch hitter with a lot of talent out there in center field. Pagan was hitting .307 at the start of the game. And that's probably hooked down the left field line. Fair ball. Pagan on his way for a double. Throw by Ethier, a 1-hopper too late. So the 1-out double on the heels of the great catch by Kemp, or the Giants would have had another run. Now Hunter Pence singled and struck out. So Pagan at second, his 9th double of the year. Kershaw waiting for yet another balloon type beach ball to be taken off the field. Hunter singled to left and struck out. His single would probably have been a double, except Pagan fell down rounding second base. 0-1. Pence playing every day. He is the only player to play every game last year, and he's on a roll playing every day this year. No balls, 1 strike. Oh, 2. For Hunter Pence, who expends so much energy, I don't know what he would do if he had to sit on the bench. He started 209 consecutive games. That's the longest streak in the National League. Prince Fielder has started 542 in the American League. 0-2. And down goes Pence. That's a big strikeout. 2 down. And now the batter will be Buster Posey. And there's always a great battle between these two. So Pence is disposed of. Posey has hit into a double play and singled. Buster is 1 for 2, hitting .303. Posey has a home run in the past against Kershaw, but he was hitting less than 200 against him. Off speed for a strike. Remember, he hung that big slow pitch in the 4th inning, and Posey was all over it. Base hit to left. Oh and 1. Fastball hit down to D. Gordon. And that'll be that. So the great catch by Matt Kemp. A big play because it was followed by a double by Angel Pagan. It was worth another look. Great catch indeed, and then came the double. So at the end of 5 1/2, it's still 1-0 Giants. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And by the Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2014 Truck of the Year and first ever back-to-back champion. We're going now to the bottom of the 6th inning, a very tough 1-0 Giant lead. In looking at the starting pitchers, they have been magnificent. And the one thing you talk about, at least at the outset, the fact that we have seen a lot of ground balls on a day when the wind might play a factor. Kershaw has had 9 ground balls, giving up 1 run and 5 hits. Tim Hudson has had 12 ground balls through 5 innings. So we'll match them up now. In the 6th inning, it'll be Puig, Ramirez, and Gonzalez. And a drive to left. If it's fair, it is way gone. Way gone. And we have a 1-1 tie. So Puig, going after that first pitch, hits it out of sight. For Hudson, that would be the 4th home run that he has allowed. And the Wild Horse gets the Dodgers on the board. For Yasiel Puig, 6 home runs, 25 runs batted in. We'll see if he did anything when he swings to irritate the Giants. Watch the bat. He hits, and he kind of flips it. He does that all the time. I don't know how Madison Bumgarner takes it as he's in the dugout watching that flip. but Bumgarner flipped when he saw it. Anyway, we're 1-1 here in the 6th. Hanley Ramirez 0-1. So 1-1 in the 6th inning. They're bringing sunglasses out to Joaquin Arias at first base. He's putting them on. 1 run, 5 hits for each side. One and one. So Yasiel Puig very happy right now as he stands behind D. Gordon. Crushed one to the back wall of the bullpen. Sean Figgins alongside of D. Gordon. Puig talking to anybody who'll listen. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. So Hanley really fighting it. It has been one of the tougher series we have ever seen him have. The Giants have just completely shut him down. Pretty hard to do that in a 4-game series, but they've done it. One ball, 2 strikes. Interesting, the Dodgers today 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. You remember they started and went 0 for 14 earlier in this series, then went 4 for 6, and now finally they get a home run. Still 1-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Totals are identical. 1 run, 5 hits. Giants had to put together 2 singles and a double to get one. And then Kershaw catches up on 1 swing of the bat from Yasiel Puig. We mentioned that Puig hit the first pitch for a home run. 11 of the 25 home runs he has hit in his career have come on the first pitch. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Hudson, the master of the ground ball, when he did let one go in the air, it was a rocket into the back wall of the Dodger bullpen. Not quite nearly as far as a home run hit in that area by Matt Holliday years ago. That was the ball that cleared everything and landed amongst the 3 sisters, as we call the palm trees out there, back of the pen. Puig's ball hit the bottom of the back wall. Believe it or not, Matt's ball went right amongst the trees. 2-2. The Holiday home run, they said, went 481 feet. So we'll see what they call Puig's home run. Shades of Red Patterson. Arthur Red Patterson was a newspaper man in New York who went to work for the Yankees. Mickey Mantle hit a home run against Chuck Stobbs, and Arthur Patterson decided, boy, that thing really hit. I'm going to go out and see where it landed. And he came up with a dimension, and that became the first tape measure home run. Ever since, they've been putting a number on every home run. The one that Chuck Stobbs hit supposedly was 565 feet. Mantle hit. Of course, the one I always remember Mickey hit in the old Yankee Stadium. No ball was ever hit out of old Yankee Stadium, and Mickey hit one 370 feet from home plate and 18 inches from clearing the roof, which was 100 and some odd feet. 3-2. Foul back. Tim Hudson's rap on him as a youngster, they thought he was scrawny. They didn't think he'd be big enough to pitch in the big leagues. He's 6'1" and give or take around 170 pounds, but he's a marvelous pitcher. Little ground ball. It's the ladder. So what happened? There was so many people, and Hanley's heading for second base, and he is safe. Once in a while, you load up the left side of the infield, and one infielder gets in the way of the other. So you had Adrianza at short, and you had Hicks at second, and both men went for the ball. Sandoval couldn't make a play on it. There was a near collision. Here's the shortstop breaking to his left. Hicks coming over to backhand it. Maybe he was screened out by Adrianza, and then Hanley decides to take advantage of the confusion and just does get away from the tag. The second base umpire, Will Little, right there. It will go as a double for Hanley, and he can certainly use the hit. So the ball went under the glove of Brandon Hicks. A little bit of heads-up base running by Hanley, avoiding the tag by Adrianza. So now Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ethier trying to pick him up. And that's going to be the base hit to pick him up. Here comes Hanley to score, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. Dave Righetti will be going out to the mound to try and counsel Hudson down. Hudson appeared upset over the fact that the ground ball resulted in a double by Ramirez, and that's promptly cashed in, so I'm sure now he's fit to be tied. So Righetti going out to talk to him as Hanley brought it in, and the Dodgers leading 2-1. Dodger bench was thrilled. All of them showing great excitement, led by D. Gordon and Puig. Then Adrian Gonzalez, the line drive base hit. So home run, followed by the ground ball double, followed by the single. Hanley brings it in, trying to catch his breath in the dugout. Nobody out, so he figures to have a little time. And the batter is Matt Kemp, who kept it 1-1 with that great catch. And now, see what he can do. He is 0 for 2. Hit 2 ground balls to the shortstop, Adrianza. Hicks is directly up the middle now. Little roller. Hudson picks, turns, throws to get him. And on the play, Gonzalez advances to second. That's the first out. So Puig homers, Ramirez doubles on a ground ball that should have been an out. Gonzalez picks him up with a base hit. So Puig has led the way, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. So Kershaw, who was down 1-0, finally got even, now leads. He has made 71 pitches in his 6 innings. Drew Butera alongside of him, and here's Andre Ethier. Ethier, 2 doubles, hitting .260. And they're going to take the bat right out of his hands and go after Turner. So there's the walk, but it is intentional. Otherwise, Tim just doesn't walk anybody. Juan Gutierrez, whom we have seen in the series. Gutierrez relieved, made 14 pitches in yesterday's game. And the big guys up in the Giant pen. The Giant bullpen has been the best in the major leagues. Admittedly, it's still very early, but still they were the best. First and second, they're showing a picture of a little baby. I think it was a boy crying his eyes out on the big scoreboard, and that really had the crowd laughing. So here's Justin Turner, grounded to short and grounded to first. 13 ground balls allowed by Hudson, ground balls for outs. And the one ground ball that has really hurt him was the ground ball by Ramirez, which went directly under the glove of Brandon Hicks. Whether Hicks had been screened out by Adrianza or whether he thought Adrianza was going to make the play, either way, it went right under his glove, and that's been a huge play now. 0-1 to Turner. Gonzalez, tough man to score on a base hit. That's a strike. 0-2. Turner came into the game hitting 175. It would not be surprising from the reports that Juan Uribe might play tomorrow night. 0-2. And down the line, foul. Big crowd having a wonderful time. Hope you are too on this Mother's Day. You certainly have our warmest wishes, who all have been honored with the name Mother. Mother in any language translates to sacrifice. 0-2. Gonzalez at second, Ethier at first. Foul back. Jim Hudson, coming into the game, was averaging a little more, 12.5 pitches per inning. That would be less pitches than any other pitcher in Major League Baseball, and yet this will be his 20th pitch in this inning. Hanley Ramirez saw 8 pitches while he was up there. And imagine averaging less than 13 pitches an inning. 0-2. One and two. Giants scored a run in the first inning. They have not had a man until the 6th inning get to second base. Dodgers, meanwhile, languished through 5 and now have come up with a home run, a lucky double, which was a ground ball that should have been an out, and then a single. 1-2. Fouled away. So Turner is certainly making Hudson work now, and for Tim, that's got to be a rare experience. Hudson grew up in rural Alabama. It's a little town, Salem, blue-collar town of hard hats and truckers. He said it was so rural, they didn't get cable television until he was well into high school. And they got 4 channels and no baseball. 1-2. And that's going up the middle. Here comes Gonzalez. They're going to wave him in. Pagan's throw is a good one. He's out at the plate. As we said, he is a very tough man to score on a base hit. Though Angel Pagan, who is a wonderful all-around player, fields the base hit and throws Gonzalez out at the plate. Perfect throw, perfect tag, imperfect runner. Take another look. Low at the knees, base hit up the middle. Here comes Adrian. Puig gets the bat out of the way, and the out is still recorded at the plate. Take a look. Adrian running for all he can, but it's a perfect throw right there. Adrian turning the bag, switching gloves, goes into his slide. Didn't help. So 2 out. And a little dribbler up the middle, right on the bag. The out is very close at first. So the Dodgers send up a bunch of players, 7 of them. They get 2 runs. One was the big home run to light the fire by Yasiel Puig. There was no doubt about it as he hit that one to the base of the back wall in the bullpen. Then you had Gonzalez single home Ramirez, and the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead. The home run to tie. The Dodgers get another and lead the Giants 2-1 in the 7th inning. Say, by the way, don't miss Hyun-Jin Ryu's bobblehead night at Dodger Stadium. That'll be Tuesday, May 27th at 7:10. The Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. And the first 50,000 fans in attendance take home a mini Ryu, compliments of Visit Korea with Asiana Airlines. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Ryu's been throwing on flat ground. I think in another day or so they're going to be extra careful and cautious and conservative. But there's no pain, and the Dodgers are quite relieved. So it won't be too long before Ryu is pitching again. In the meanwhile, Clayton Kershaw is pitching and leading 2-1 in the 7th inning. He's made 71 pitches. Because of that 6th inning, Hudson made 23 pitches and has now made 78. Ball 1. Sandoval doubled in a run in the 1st inning and hit into a double play in the 4th. One and one. Kershaw has struck out 7. He's allowed 5 hits, 1 run. Interesting, we were talking about it a little while ago. That dream matchup, Giants Dodgers, right here back in 1963. Off speed for a strike. Sandy Koufax and Juan Marichal. Sandy pitching a no-hitter. A gem. Look at that thing float. 1-2 the count. And reached for and singled. I don't know if that's near a strike. We've been talking about the fact Sandoval just does not have a strike zone. He will swing at almost anything. The other night, he actually swung the ball over his head and hit a foul ball. Take a look where it is this time. Yeah, it's down there, almost in the dirt. He's amazing. Although it's one thing to be a bad ball hitter, but he's only hitting about $180 right now. He's 2 for 3 today. So the tying runs aboard. and the batter Brandon Hicks. It was Hicks who tried to backhand a ground ball just over the bag. Went under his glove, a near collision with Adrianza. They each kind of looked at the other. That was the key double for Ramirez, who scored on Gonzalez's hit. Sandoval getting a great deal of attention, especially for a guy who doesn't have a stolen base. Brandon Hicks has struck out twice today. Pablo Sandoval does not steal bases. That's a strike. In fact, Sandoval had one stolen base in 2012, and that's it. Oh, if you go back to his younger days, all the way back to 2010, he stole 3. 0-2. And a towering fly ball. That has a chance to go out. Not a chance. It is gone. It looked like a curveball on a no-ball 2-strike count. The Kershaw gives it up, and Brandon Hicks has the ability not just to get a base hit, but it's usually for extra bases. For Hicks, that's his 7th home run. Those 7 home runs and 4 doubles, and he gets a big, slow 0-2 pitch. I mean, Kershaw really did him a favor that time. He had struck him out on slow breaking balls, but not this time. Hicks makes him pay, and it's 3-2 San Francisco. That's a strike to Arias. Hicks kind of a handy guy to have around. We'll tell you in a moment. That's the out on Arias, 1 away. Brandon Hicks has 5 hits all year after the 6th inning, but 4 of the 5 hits are home runs. So it does make a difference when you hit them. And Hicks puts the Giants back out in front. 3 runs, 7 hits. Now Kershaw's due to lead off in the 7th inning. We'll see whether that home run is enough to get him out of the game. Juan Perez grounded out, flied out, 0 for 2. Jeremy Affeldt, the left-hander, gets up in the Giant bullpen. There's Jeremy. You have Adrianza and then Hudson. Something else loose in right field. Puig had to clear it off, so timeout for the moment. No balls and 2 strikes to Juan Perez. And down he goes. For Kershaw, that would be his 8th strikeout. And the batter would be Ere Adrianza, who has grounded out, struck out, and we'll see determine Tim Hudson. Hudson coming out on deck, so obviously they are not thinking about lifting him, especially with the lead now. Ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Boy, isn't it amazing what that home run did? Listen to the crowd. Like you're in a library. The librarian says, shh. The disturbing other readers. There's the man who turned the crowd off. 2-2. Clayton has now made 88 pitches. He got 2 out in the 7th inning. That also means he made 17 pitches here in the 7th. Foul back. Adrianza has grounded out, struck out, 0 for 2. Came into the game hitting 194. Giants didn't figure to do a lot of scoring today without Brandon Belt in the lineup, resting Brandon Crawford against a left-handed Kershaw. Nevertheless, they've scratched and clawed for 3, and they're leading 3-2. Bochy reminds me somewhat of Walter Alston. There's a quiet strength about him. The players love him. You ever know that he was born in France? Father in the Army. 2-2. 3-2. So the Giants got a leadoff single by Sandoval on a pitch that was almost in the dirt. And then that big slow curve, and Hicks, who had struck out twice, hit the home run. Fastball. So that will be strikeout number 9. However, the Giants get 2 on the single by Sandoval, a home run by Hicks, and they lead 3-2. take a tough ball game into the bottom of the 7th inning with the Giants leading 3-2. That'll be all for Tim Hudson. Hudson will give way to the veteran left-hander Jeremy Affeldt. Affeldt originally signed by the Kansas City Royals and eventually went from the Royals to the Rockies to the Reds and finally wound up with the Giants back in 2009. Jeremy is 6'4", 220. We've seen a lot of him, and among other things, we have often talked about the fact that Jeremy's dad was a bombardier flying B-52s. And talking about defense, in a sense, Brandon Crawford will take over at shortstop for Adrianza. So Crawford, who has really put on a fielding clinic throughout the series, gets in the game. Sean Figgins batting now, and he takes a strike in the count 0-1. So it's been a seesaw game, 1-0 Giants. Dodgers tied it. Giants led 2-1. Dodgers led 2-1. Giants now lead 3-2. That's a strike to Figgins, so Sean is in a hole. No balls, 2 strikes. So both starting pitchers are out of there. Hudson to win, Kershaw to lose for the moment. Though Sean isn't around very long, he strikes out. And we have 1 out in the 7th. So Kershaw going through 7, struck out 9, but he gave up 3 runs, 7 hits. He's backed up now in the bullpen by Chris Withrow. 92 pitches made by Clayton, and it was not quite enough. That off-speed pitch to Hicks, he got it a little up and out over the plate, and Hicks, who had struck out twice against him on similar pitches, hit the big home run. So here's Gordon, 0 for 3, 2 ground balls and a strikeout. On deck, Yasiel Puig. One other note, and I'm sure it will gall Clayton Kershaw. I mean, a late inning home run always hurts. But remember, the count was no balls, 2 strikes. And they go back through the books. It is the 4th time in his career that he's allowed a home run on a no ball, 2 strike count, and Hicks was the guy who got it. I've told the story before. I remember shortly after the war, the New York Giants were constantly being hurt on 0-2 home runs. And Mel Ott, who was then the manager, said to his pitchers, you give up a home run 0-2, and it's going to be a fine of $500. Well, today $500 wouldn't mean very much to a big leaguer. That's a strike to Gordon. But back then, $500 was a lot. And Bill Voisel, a Giant pitcher, gave up a home run on a no ball, 2 strike count to, I believe the batter was Vernal Jones, Nippy Jones. Voisel wasn't so angry about the home run. He was angry about the $500. Well, what's he going to do about it? That's a check swing, 3-2. And Voisel finally let go the pent-up anger. He picked up the rosin bag, and as Jones rounded second base, he tried to hit him with the rosin bag. He missed, and he paid the $500. 3-2 to D. 1 out, 7th inning. 3-2 Giants. Little nubber, Posey, and how about it? Safe. We're waiting for the call by Paul Schreiber. So Gordon is aboard with 1 out, and that'll wake up everybody. We'll wait on the scoring. Bruce Bochy going out to talk to Paul Schreiber. Schreiber did not hurry his call. It took him a while before he flashed. You can see Bochy looking in the dugout. Do I actually challenge? They'll get the word, and the word is don't bother. Well, maybe he did bother, because the umpires are now going to accept an official challenge. A very close play, and especially with Gordon. I mean, you let Gordon aboard, and the way things are going, it's as good as a double. He has stolen 24. So this is a big decision in a one-run game and in the 7th inning. Little nubber. One thing that Gordon was doing, he was awfully close from running outside of the lane. The left foot is certainly outside, so is the right foot. Then the left foot again outside, and that could be the deciding call. Not whether the throw was on time, but whether he was running outside or inside, as you prefer, the 45-foot lane. That rule, of course, is he must stay in that lane to provide the catcher from having a reasonable chance to throw to first. So it's a big discussion, a big play, and a big game. We can look at the replay again. It certainly looked like, at best, he was shading, maybe on the inside part of the lane. Watch this. Just watch Gordon's feet. He's not in the lane. And because of that, well, we'll just wait and see. I don't believe they're looking at whether the throw was on time or not. Bruce talking to Davey Lopes. Giants standing aside. One last look as far as the ball and the catch. Well, you can't see the ball. And coming off the bag, stretching, is Arias. So there's a couple of areas there. Was Gordon running inside the lane, and did Arias come off the bag making the catch? By the way, while they are waiting, the paid attendance today, 51,369. 51,369. And on the anniversary of a Sandy Koufax no-hitter against Juan Marichal and the Giants, this was an ideal matchup. Clayton Kershaw and Tim Hudson. So that's a lot going on that play at first base. A, about Gordon running in the lane. B, on whether the throw was in time or not. And C, whether the first baseman's foot came off the bag. Over 4 minutes now as they await the decision. We have nothing else to do but show it to you again. Again, first watch Gordon. He's going to be out. Yep. Why he is out, take your pick. But he was out from up here because he was not in the lane. Because he was not in the lane, that meant Posey had to throw wide at first. It was a good call, although it did take longer, I think, than it should have taken. 2-3, 2 down. Now Jeremy Affeldt will come out. They'll go to the bullpen again, and we'll be back. Dodgers and Marlins, and the first 50,000 fans at the game receive a Yasiel Puig bobblehead. Compliments of Bank of America. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Yasiel led off the 6th inning against Tim Hudson and really crushed one. Had a fastball and he hit the base of the back wall in the Dodger bullpen. Dodgers then scratched for another run, although they did have Adrian Gonzalez thrown out at the plate, and that now is a huge play because it is 3-2 in favor of the Giants. So Puig asked to do something now against Casilla, the hard-throwing right-hander. Santiago Casilla riding to the rescue. He's from the Dominican, originally signed with the A's back in 2000. Fastball grounded into left field, base hit. So Puig hit a home run on the first pitch, now singles on the first pitch, and the batter will be Hanley Ramirez. Hanley Ramirez got a base hit, although it's nothing that he would advertise. They had the left side of the infield loaded up. Hanley hit a ground ball between Arianza and Hicks. It went by Arianza. Hicks tried to backhand the ball. It went under his glove, and the ball was going to die out on the grass in left center, and Hanley hustled for a double and came around to score what was then the Dodgers' second run and a go-ahead run. And a ground ball to the hole, smothered by Crawford. The long throw is in time to get him. So Brandon Crawford, just in the game, who's been absolutely brilliant throughout the series. Sure enough, he comes up with another clutch play. What a shortstop he is. Wow. He takes a short base hit away from Hanley. Going deep, backhanding, going down, getting up, turning, set, fire, and a strike. And it's still 3-2 Giants. Mazda dealer. It's been the kind of a game you would expect coming into the ballpark, with Clayton Kershaw and Tim Hudson, and through 7 innings it's Hudson and the Giants leading 3-2. One of the classy points about the game, through 7 innings there was only 1 walk, and that was the intentional walk given to Andre Ethier by Hudson in the 6th inning. Kershaw wound up 7 hits, 3 runs, 9 strikeouts, but to no avail. Right now he's in the shadow of a loss. Chris Withrow will try to hold that Tiger until the Dodger hitters try to catch up. So Chris will be perking to Casilla, or Crawford, and it's going to be Crawford. We weren't sure since they both came in at the same time. So Brandon Crawford batting ninth and leading off. Boy, what a series he has had with the glove. Remarkable. Hitting .265. Big breaking ball for ball one. Chris Withrow fights his control. All you have to do is look at his numbers. 14 walks in 17 innings. But he also has 24 strikeouts. 1 ball, no strikes. Good fastball. 1-1. Chris from Midland, Texas, working on Brandon Crawford, who went to school here at UCLA. Another terrific shortstop will be here tomorrow night, Echeverria, with the Marlins. I mean, he's a whiz. And a drive to center. Back goes Camp away back to the track. Over the shoulder catch. How do you do? So a nice play by Matt Camp, who made that diving catch of the ball hit by Hudson in the 6th inning. And this time one of those turn you back and go get it. Turn, still looking, reaches up, makes the catch. Second fine defensive play by Matt Kemp, taking an extra base hit away from Crawford. And the batter now, Angel Pagan. You can watch Withrow show his appreciation. Whoa, okay, got an out. So 1 down. Ball 1 to Pagan, who has singled, scored a run, and doubled. 2 for 3. One ball, no strikes. 2-0. Withrow's earned run average is 0.53. Can you imagine? He's almost in the top 5 in the entire game. However, as hard as he throws, we talked about the balance of walks and strikeouts. 3-0. Withrow, with those walks, is averaging the fact that he walks about 21% of the hitters. Whoops. So that's been his style. He gets into trouble. He's worked his way out of it. That is the first walk that the Giants have received.
Coming to the plate, right fielder, Hunter
and that'll
Pence.
bring up Hunter Pence. The big thing that has helped Chris Withrow, we talk about the fact walking 20% of the hitters, but combine that with the strikeouts, and that's what saved him. If you combine strikeouts and walks, the number 1 reliever, Craig Kimbrell, who's averaging about 61% getting the hitter. Withrow 56%. You're talking about 2 of the top relievers in the game. Ball 1. One out, 8th inning, 3-2 Giants when the Dodgers come up in the bottom half. Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ethier. Breeze blowing from right to left. 1-1. Dodgers battling for a split. Giants trying to win the series. They've won 4 of the last 6 series against the Dodgers. And of course, for the Dodgers, a loss today would put Brucey's boys 4.5 in front. 3-2 Giants in the 8th. Pagan leaning. Withrow off the rubber. As we mentioned, the Giants are not a running club, but Pagan does have 6 out of 8. Pence has 6 out of 7. They're the two fellas who do the running. 1-1 to Hunter. 1-2. 51,369 here in the ballpark on a gorgeous day. It was 84 degrees when the game started. We've had a tricky breeze, although it hasn't really affected the game. But it's blown in, it's blown left to right, it's blowing right to left, but mildly now. But if you're an outfielder, you got to keep your eye on the flags. 1-2. Pagan faking on every pitch. Withrow made that last pitch kind of looking over at Angel. He bluffs again, and that makes it 3-2. As a base stealer, all you have to do is look back a couple of years when Pagan was with the Mets. He stole 37 bases. He's stolen as many as 32 with the Mets. With the Giants, he has not run much at all, but he can. 3-2. He goes and foul back. One out in the 8th. Giants lead 3-2. Pagan has 2 hits today, and it's interesting to know when Pagan has at least 1 hit, the Giants are 19-7. He has a great effect on the offense. There he goes. Big chopper that takes out of the double play. So the out recorded at first, Pagan safely at second, and the batter will be Buster Posey.
Catcher number 28, Buster Posey.
Buster Posey grounded into a double play in the first inning, single to left field in the 4th, and grounded out in the 8th. Posey, always bad news anyway for the pitcher, but especially with runners in scoring position. He came into the game hitting .385 in that area. And promptly lives up to it. Base hit. Kemp will try to get him, but Pagan runs way too well. Cut off by Adrian to make sure Posey stays at first, but he just keeps doing it. You see a player with a plus note, and they just keep showing that he can continue to do it. So Posey is 2 for 4, drives in a big run, and the walk by Withrow is cashed in. So 4-2 in favor of the Giants. Pablo Sandoval doubled in a run in the first inning, hit into a double play, and then singled and rode home on Hicks' home run. So he's been busy. Scored 1, knocked in 1. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Giants, 2 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. And for Withrow, the problem started on that walk to Pagan. But he was fortunate. Remember the catch over the shoulder Kemp made on the long out by Crawford. 1 ball, no strikes. And that's going to go foul. 1-1. Four runs, 8 hits, no errors for San Francisco, trying to win 3 out of 4. They will go home and play Atlanta. Dodgers will dig in. Miami will be here for 3 starting tomorrow night. Miami just 1 game back of Atlanta at the start of today, and Miami in second place. 1-2. To repeat when the Dodgers come up: Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ethier. Talking about Miami, they're in San Diego, and the Padres are punishing them 5-0 in the 7th inning. 1-2. Not only do players live up to their numbers like Posey, but teams do as well. And we have talked about the fact the Giant bullpen has been huge all year. When the Giants lead after 7 innings, their record is 17-1. Almost got him. Pablo looked like he was leaning in, looking for something away. 3-2 the count. When the Giants are leading after 8 innings, they are 16-0. Though Pablo just did get out of the way of it. 3-2. 2 down. They're not going to hold Posey. He'll be going. There he goes. And it's a pop fly. Trouble. A trio of Dodgers. Kemp out of nowhere. So Matt makes another nice play in center field, but not before the Giants add 1. And we're going to the bottom of the 8th. 4-2 Giants. If you were with us at the start of the game, and if you weren't, we'll repeat it. We were talking about how the hitters bat against Kershaw. 248 against his fastball, 153 against the slider, 143 against the change, and 086, less than 100 against his curveball. That's what the Giants hit against the curve. Well, when Hicks was up there twice, Hicks struck out twice. I know once on that slow curveball. And in the 7th inning, it was the slow curveball. I think it was 73 miles an hour. And Hicks hit for the big 2-run home run. Well, they look it up and they tell us that Hicks' home run on a Kershaw curveball is only the second home run ever hit against Kershaw on his curveball. The other one, Matt Holliday did it in the 2009 League Championship Series. So it shows you just how tough these fellas play. Gonzalez fouls it, 0-1. One other footnote, and this is really making the point. That means that Kershaw has not allowed a regular season home run on the curveball until today. Discount the Holiday LCS. So we'll have one last note on it. Little ground ball. Crawford has to come back to get it. One away. So if you forget about Matt Holliday's home run in the LCS, it means that Kershaw threw, are you ready, 2,173 curveballs without allowing a home run in the regular season until today. Truly remarkable. Even the fact that they can count pitches like that is truly remarkable, and we have one out in the 8th. Chris Perez, Jamie Wright warming up in the Dodger bullpen, and here's Matt Kemp. Kemp has grounded out twice, hit back to the box, 0 for 3 against Hudson. He has done yeoman-like work in center field, and ball 1, 1-0. On deck, Andre Ethier. Santiago Casilla throws very hard. Took a little off that one. 2 balls and no strikes. Santiago's from the Dominican Republic. He's an even 6, about 220 pounds. Signed by the A's back in 2000. Got up briefly in 04. Spent a lot of years going from Oakland to Sacramento and back again. There's a hopper through. He found a hole despite the roadblock put up on the left side. So Andre Ethier will be coming up. He has 2 doubles and an intentional walk. If you'd like to know in the past about Casilla and Ethier, Andre 2 for 4 against him in the past. And that's going to go foul out of play. Casilla and Hudson were teammates for quite a while. I mean, Casilla, despite the fact he kept going up and down, they were teammates starting in 2004. Casilla stayed with the A's, and Hudson moved on to the Braves. Casilla, fastball, curveball, slider, change, and working on his splitter. There goes the runner. The pitch fouled away. So Kemp, a belly whopper to no avail. 0-2 the count to Andre Ethier. So Ethier up there, no balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 8th inning, Kemp at first. 4-2 Giants. Casilla's from the same town, the same as Juan Uribe, Palenque in the Dominican. Uribe's a year older than Casilla, but they know each other very well. 1-2. Casilla remembers going to Juan Uribe's house and asking him for some baseball socks. Uribe gave him the socks. His first real glove he got from Juan Uribe's uncle, Jose. Very poor family. He was the 7th of 12 children. And that's going to go into right field. Base hit. Pence will get it back. Kemp stopping at second. So with 1 out, the tying run's aboard, and the batter is Justin Turner. So Uribe, who did not start yesterday, comes out of the cage and has a single, 2 doubles, and a walk. Four runs, 8 hits for the Giants, 2 runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers. Justin Turner grounded to short, grounded to first, single to center. It was Turner's base hit. Gonzalez was thrown out at the plate back in the 6th inning. So 2 on, 1 out. Here's Turner. On deck, Butera. Fastball for a strike. 0-1. Santiago Casilla, by the way, you may remember the fact that he pitched for a couple of years under an assumed name. He borrowed the birth certificate of a buddy. That's a foul ball. So for a couple of years, Santiago Casilla was known as Jairo Garcia. When they found out about it, it made him 2 years older and 10 months older when he revealed the truth. Apparently that's done a lot. The kids in the Dominican trying any way they can to get out of poverty, and they'll borrow a neighbor's name if the neighbor's younger. 0-2. Ball 1. Down in the Giant bullpen, Javier Lopez, the left-hander, Gene Machi, the right-hander, loosening up. 1-2 the count to Justin Turner. 2-2. That looked like his slider. Casillas thrown 15 pitches. Remember, the Giants are 17-1 if they're leading after 7, 16-0 after 8. So Boshi relying on his bullpen, and for him, so far so good. 2 on, 1 out. Giants led 1-0. Dodgers led 2-1. Giants led 3-2. Now 4-2. And a little flare foul, and can't be played by Arias, because Arias basically a shortstop. He doesn't know the territory over there at first base. Belt probably would have made an easy play. Gonzalez would have made it for sure. Arias just not quite sure where he is. He had plenty of room. No play. Though the Dodgers get a little bit of a break. Young man playing first, which is not his position. So now let's see what Turner does on that big play. 2-2. Casilla will be 34 years old in July. Two on, 1 out. Dodgers trail by 2. Off the plate, ball 3. Santiago has a brother, Jose, who is a relief pitcher in the Giants farm system. In fact, in spring training, he and his brother were in baseball together for the first time. Then after a couple of weeks, Jose was sent down. Three and two with one out. And line foul over the head of Davey Loaf. Boy, he was low bridged. I still don't understand why the coaches, it took me 30 years and finally begging the commissioner to have the coaches wear helmets, and darned if they grudgingly said, okay, we'll wear a helmet, but we're not going to wear an earpiece. Really? Glad you're smiling, Davey. 3 and 2. Out of the strike zone, I believe. So Turner badly fooled on a big pitch. We can take another look. Of course, it's easy to sit up here and look at it, but that pitch was way out of the zone. So Turner strikes out. 2 out. Carl Crawford will now come up and bat for Butera.
Pitch hitting for Butera, number 3, Carl Crawford.
Butera was 1 for 3. Turner had 1 hit today, and now here comes Bruce Bochy. He has Javier Lopez, who is about as good as there is for a left-hand pitcher to get a left-hand hitter, but he wants to check Casilla first of all. So we'll wait and see if he makes a decision. All right, he's staying with Casilla. So Crawford batting for Butera. Carl Crawford with a 7-game hitting streak and batting .500 during the streak. Started yesterday, had a base hit in his last at bat to keep the streak alive. He went 1 for 4. So 2 on, 2 out. And here is Crawford. He is 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter, and that's a strike. Dodgers bring Miguel Olivo out on deck. He would bat for Withrow if given the opportunity. There's Miguel. 0-1 to Crawford. Big slow breaking ball, but up. 1-1. Hudson, Affeldt, and Casilla, Kershaw, and Withrow, and either Perez or Jamie Wright, depending upon the outcome here in the 8th inning. 1-1. Fouled away. 1-2. That was a big pitch to get Justin Turner. It could have been bases loaded, 1 out. So the Dodgers have Matt Kemp at second, Andre Ethier at first. 2 down. And popped in the air to shallow left. Coming in Perez. Juan is there, and the Giants are out of the trouble. So the Dodgers leave 2, and at the end of 8, it's 4-2 Giants. 4-2, and the Dodgers change the battery. Miguel Olivo will take over behind the plate. That means he would lead off the bottom of the ninth. Jamie Wright will be coming in, and he would bat in Butera's spot, number 8. For the Giants, they will have Hicks, Arias, and Perez coming up. And certainly Brandon Hicks has one of the bigger hits of the game. As we have told you all about it, he hit a home run. That's not news, but he hit it on a curveball against Clayton Kershaw. That is news. Big curve, and he got all of it. Bangs it well back into the seats. That occurred in the 7th inning after Sandoval had opened with a single, and it turned a deficit 2-1 to give the Giants a 3-2 lead. They added one more, so they take the 4-2 lead into the 9th. An interesting note on Hicks: 19 hits and 11 of them for extra bases, 4 doubles, 7 home runs. Foul ball. So Brandon, the big home run today. He's played the entire series. Hicks also had a home run, and it was a big one, in the 7th inning of Game 1 against Josh Beckett. 0-1. Fouled away. 0-2. So Brandon Hicks, not hitting much, but when he hits, he hurts. Brandon out of College Station, Texas. One and two. Last year, Marco Scutaro hit .290. Matt Carpenter hit .307 as the number 1 second baseman. So Hicks is struggling, but making his point. Wow. Did that hit him on the back of the helmet? I believe so. So Brandon Hicks, thank you for the helmet. Hit by the pitch.
First baseman, Joaquin.
Take another look. Right, lets it fly. Yep, got him right off the back of the helmet. Wow. So another player can give thanks to the fact they finally decided to wear helmets. The true helmet that they're wearing first came into being when Branch Rickey, who was formerly involved with the Dodgers, moved to the Pittsburgh Pirates. And he was the one who insisted that a young Pirate team not only wear helmets when batting, they had to wear the helmets running the bases and in the outfield. And at the time, the other players in the league made so much fun of them. Talked about soapbox derby. Remember when the kids, maybe you don't remember, but they used to wear a wooden crate on a wooden 2x4 with roller skates on them, and they would race. Ball 2. There has only been, thank God, there has only been one fatality in the big leagues where a batter was hit in the head. An infielder named Ray Chapman, and he was hit by the Yankees pitcher Carl Mays, M-A-Y-S. The only one. And the helmet has saved Lord only knows how many. The bunt is down. Good bunt. Jamie Wright flips to Gordon. Down to second base goes Hicks. And Juan Perez will be coming up. Perez is 0 for 3, playing in place of Michael Morse.
Your attention, please. For the Giants.
Juan doesn't play very much. In fact, at one time he was sent down. In fact, now Perez is not coming up. Gregor Blanco is going to hit. Blanco is a better hitter, more experienced, and an equally good defensive player. So young Perez back to the dugout, and Blanco checks in. A missed opportunity for young Juan. Ground ball to the hole. Gordon plugs it up, makes the play for the second out, and Hicks advances to third. And the batter will be Ere Adriana, or will it? It will be Tyler Colvin.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Giants, number 10, Tyler Colvin.
Tyler Colvin can hit home runs. His first year with the Chicago Cubs as a rookie, he hit 20 home runs. That got everybody's attention. Smooth swinging left-hand hitter. Colvin just arrived. They sent reliever George Contos down, and they brought Colvin up. Ball one. Nice save by Olivo. Tyler Colvin is from Augusta, Georgia. He now lives in North Augusta, which is in South Carolina. He had 20 home runs for the Cubs. 2 years ago, he had 18 for the Rockies. So handle with care as Hicks down the line from third, and Colvin at 6'3" and 210 checking in. Two and 0. Olivo out to talk to right. Tyler Colvin, born in 1985. He'll be 29 years old in September. He was a big man on campus. He went to Clemson University. As a kid watching games on television, he admired Mark Grace and that smooth swing that Mark had. Slap foul, 2-1. Picked up his first major league hit in a game against Milwaukee, and he also picked up an RBI, his first, on a sacrifice fly, doing all of that for the Cubs. Cubs really thought they had something. Here's a rookie, hits 20 home runs, drives in 56, hits 254, and then apparently just couldn't cut it. Wound up with the Rockies. He hit the 18 home runs, 72 runs batted in Colorado, but couldn't cut it to stay with the Rockies last year. This year wound up in Fresno and just recently called up for this series. 3-1. And ball 4. So a hit batter, and 2 outs later, a walk. And now Brandon Crawford coming up. Crawford has had an absolutely remarkable 4 games with the glove. As far as the bat is concerned, he was 0 for 3 in the first game. He had a home run and a single in the second game. He went 1 for 4 in game 3 and was robbed of a hit in the 8th inning by Matt Kemp. First and third, 2 out. 4-2 Giants. And ball 1. We always look with that runner at third, and the answer is Jamie Wright has 1 wild pitch. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th inning, Miguel Olivo is due to lead it off. He's batting 9th. That's in there. 1-1. Mattingly has used Crawford and Figgins as pinch hitters. 1-1. line foul into the crowd, and a big crowd it is. 51,369 on Mother's Day 2014. One and two to Brandon Crawford. Slow curveball in there for strike three. Brandon looking for anything but that. A 78-mile-an-hour curveball to take him out of play. The Giants leave two after Crawford looks and is out, but it's still 4-2 Giants. To 2 as we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Gregor Blanco, who batted for Perez, stays in the game in left field. And the big man at 5'11", yes, he's bigger than that, Sergio Romo, comes out of the Giant bullpen to try and save this one. Romo is 2-0. His earned run average 1.6. He has struck out 12 while walking only 3. He's from Brawley. And he remembers exactly 20 years ago, he was 11 years old, and he came to see his first game from Brawley. Took about 3 hours to get here. He sat down the left field line right near the foul pole. Raul Mondesi hit a home run for the Dodgers, and young Sergio Romo was hooked. From then on, it was baseball, baseball, and more baseball. 5'11", 185. Been with the Giants since 2008. Went out briefly first couple of years, but he's there solid now. Sergio's parents, Mexican immigrants, and as a boy, Sergio harvested lettuce with his father and grandfather. And his first pitch is strike. Olivo, Gordon, and Puig in that order. Olivo just getting in the game, picked up the tools, caught the top of the ninth inning, and now here he is. Oh and 1. 0-2. Sergio has a huge tattoo on his back. It's a flag, half stars and stripes, and half eagle that's found on the Mexican flag. And down goes Olivo, one away. And the batter will be D. Gordon.
Number 9, D. Gordon.
Sergio brings to the dance pretty good fastball, curveball, And he has variations of a slider, a splitter, and a changeup as well. D. Gordon today has been kept off the bases. When you keep Gordon off, you shut down the Dodger offense a great deal. He's 0 for 4. That's a strike. Twice grounded to second, struck out, topped the ball. That was the big play at first base in the 7th inning. Whether they'd run inside the lane or not, whether the throw by Posey pulled the first baseman off the bag because he was not running in the lane, and the decision went to the Giants. Line drive, fair ball. Well, the door is open. It does carry him back towards Pence. Down by 2. D will hold with a double. So a 1-out double in the 9th inning, and the batter will be Yasiel Puig, and that wakes up this crowd. It's been library quiet since the top of the 8th inning. Yasiel Puig struck out, grounded out, homered to the back wall in the bullpen, and single to left. Yasiel, remember, 11 of his 25 home runs in his career, 11 of them have been hit on the first pitch. The home run that he hit in the 6th inning against Hudson, on the first pitch. One out. Inside corner, 0-1. Time, too much time for Puig. Big moment in Romo's life, spring training of 2013 after the World Series. He was the Grand Marshal in the NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series race at Phoenix International. In Spanish, he would say, "Gentlemen, start your engines." 0-2 the count. Now Posey out for a visit. No balls and 2 strikes to Yasiel Puig. 1 out, Gordon at second, and the Giants trying to make it 3 out of 4 and leave the Dodgers 4.5 games back on May the 11th. You wouldn't expect him to throw anything near the plate. 0-2. Look where Posey is. 2-2. Romo has always done a great job of changing speeds, keeping his hitters off stride. He varies his arm angle, locates the slider and fastball with precision, and he loves his job. 2-0, an ERA of 1.6. Posey shuffling cards behind the plate. 2-2. 3-2. Well, he's thrown him nothing but breaking balls. The luxury of a 2-run lead. Hanley Ramirez on deck has not had much success against Romo. He's only 3 for 14. However, 2 of the 3 hits have been home runs. So 3-2 to Yasiel Puig. As you know, he doesn't walk very much. Puig has struck out 30 times, walked 15. Got him. He never saw a fastball, and you can understand why. So Romo has struck out 2, and the batter is Hanley Ramirez. Romo now has struck out 14 and walked only 3. Did a little high wire act with Puig going 3-2, but he got away with it. Ramirez today is grounded to third, grounded to second, hit a ground ball under the backhanded attempt by Hicks. It went for a leg double, and then he grounded out again. Hanley has not been swinging the bat well at all for one reason or another, and he's been pretty well shut down throughout the 4 games. 0 for 4 in the first game, 0 for 4 in the second game, 0 for 1 in the third game, and 1 for 4 today, and a strike. 0-1. So since he has been with the Dodgers, this is probably the most ineffective series he's had in quite a while, outside of when he was injured. But to shut him down so much in a 4-game series, despite the fact that Giants have terrific pitching, but he's also quite a hitter. 0-1. And in case you're wondering, and you might be, Romo has allowed 2 home runs this year. And a drive to left, going back on the ball is Blanco. It's over the wall to tie up the game. A low line drive. The first thought it was going to be high off the wall, and it stayed up. And so Hanley finally puts the swing on you know he's famous for. And we're all even 4-4. Boy, that was a wake-up call for the big crowd. You can see Blanco going back, and the ball just stayed up and just cleared the wall. I think Blanco thought he would have a play. It looked like he would have a play, and the ball just got in there. That's as good as one hit 450 feet. So it's 4-4 in the ninth, and here's Gonzalez. Check swing for a strike. Brandon Hicks is not just playing a deep second base. He's playing a shallow right field. He's as far out as we've seen a second baseman anytime the opposition has loaded up against Adrian. So again, Sandoval all alone on the left side. 4-4 in the ninth. Little ground ball. Hicks has to come in and gets him, but the damage done. Hanley Ramirez comes up with a big hit, a line drive home run with a man aboard. The Dodgers certainly dodge a bullet with 2 out in the bottom of the ninth inning as Hanley connects for Ramirez. That was his 5th home run, 17 runs batted in, and we're going to the 10th. moment as he hits a game-tying 2-run home run with 2 out in the 9th inning. A child's dream fulfilled. Going into the 10th inning, the Giants have played 6 extra inning games and they've won 5 of 6. Romo head down and disconsolate. The Dodgers, meanwhile, are playing their 10th extra inning game. They're 3-6. So Romo has one getaway, and that certainly defies the odds. Remember, we told you after 8 innings, the Giant record was 16-0. And the O is OH as the Dodgers get off the floor. And now Kenley Jansen coming in. The Giants not only 5-1 in extra innings, 3-0 on the road. And the Dodgers 3-6 in extra innings, 1-5 at home. Romo made 15 pitches and wished he got back the 14th. Angel Pagan, who has a single, a double, and a walk and has scored twice, leading off, hitting .314. Then Pence and then Posey. The P-men, Pagan, Pence, Posey. And that's fouled away off to the left, out of play. So the Dodgers have used Clayton Kershaw, Chris Withrow, Jamie Wright, and now Kenley Jansen. Kershaw made 92 pitches, Withrow made 21, Wright made 17. Giants have used Hudson, Affeldt, Casilla, and Romo. 1-1. 2-1. Kenley Jansen in his 21st game working on Pagan. Kenley a record of 0-1, an ERA of 3, 7 walks, 29 strikeouts. 3-1. So Pagan 2 hits and a walk. Pence is 1 for 4 and Posey is 2 for 4. So 5 hits amongst them plus a walk. And way over his head. So Pagan opens up the 10th with a base on balls. And here comes Hunter Pence.
Right fielder, number 8, Hunter Pence.
Hunter Pence single a left. That's when Pagan rounded second and fell down. That kept Pence with a single. With his speed, his base hit down the line would have been a double. Then he struck out in the 3rd, struck out in the 6th, grounded to short in the 8th. And ball 1. Kenley did not pitch in yesterday's game. He did not pitch in the game before that. And he pitched the 9th inning of the first game. Made 13 pitches. Struck out 2. Called it a night. That was the extra inning game that the Dodgers lost 3-1. 1 ball, no strikes. Pagan definitely a threat to go, even on a club that doesn't run well. Pence has grounded into 5 double plays, so Bochy will take that into consideration. Four in the 10th. .39 games for the Dodgers and 10 of them extra innings. 10 out of 39. And that's going to be a base hit into left field. Pagan to second and holding. So the Giants now have runners at first and second. Nobody out in the 10th. And the batter will be Buster Posey.
Catcher, Buster Posey.
Posey grounded into a double play. Single to left. Grounded out. Single to center to drive in a run. So Ethia gets the ball back in. 2 on, nobody out. And the Giant catcher, who has always been Mr. Clutch, up there in a clutch spot, followed by Sandoval. And fastball gets away from Olivo. And the runners move up to second and third. So that's a huge play. It takes away the double play. And it puts 2 men in scoring position. It will be a wild pitch charge to Kenley Jansen. Bounces it in front of Olivo, who tried to block it properly, and it just squirted through his legs. For Kenley, his second wild pitch. And the Giants now in terrific spot. And with first base open, let's see, are they going to bother to pitch? Nope. The reason they're going to put Posey aboard, with runners in scoring position, Buster Posey is hitting .393. How do you do? So Pablo Sandoval, switch hitter, will be coming up to bat left-handed. Sandoval, among other things, has grounded into 6 double plays. That would be the same as the big left fielder Michael Morse, who is not in the game. So the Dodgers hoping for the double play. Bases loaded, nobody out. They're going to play the infield up. That makes Sandoval an even tougher hitter. 1 for 11 against Jansen. But today has a double and a single in 4 at-bats. After Sandoval, you have Brandon Hicks, and then Arias, Joaquin, the first baseman. So Pagan at third, Pence at second, Posey at first. The P-men on display. Ground ball, and it finds its way into left field, and the run scores. Somehow that ground ball just did get between Ramirez and Turner. Base hit, run batted in, everybody moves up 90, and it's 5-4 Giants. Right there by Turner. So Sandoval coming up with his 3rd hit. Sandoval going down the line, happy to pick up an RBI. It's been a big struggle for the Panda, as they call him. But today, 2 singles and a double. Picks up a key RBI to give him 2 for the day. Still nobody out. Bases remain loaded. The infield is up. 0-1 the count. Brandon Hicks struck out twice, then hit the home run in the 7th inning with Sandoval aboard. And last time up was hit on the back of the helmet by Jamie Wright. Oh, 2. For Hicks, he is indeed a poster child for the feast or famine. He has struck out 36 times. No balls, 2 strikes. Foul back. J.P. Howell gets up in the Dodger bullpen. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Giants. 4 runs, 13 hits for the Dodgers. Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier, Justin Turner will be due up in the bottom of the 10th. So for Sergio Romo, it's a better world now. Giving up the game-tying home run, he's now leading 5-4. Still 0-2. Don Mattingly using Jansen, and today for the big man, 2 hits, 2 walks, and a run in. 0-2 to Hicks. Got him. So Hicks strikes out again for the 3rd time, but he still had the big home run, and that's only the first out. Hector Sanchez, the switch hitting catcher, will now come up and bat for Arias, and it could very well be that he might stay in the game and play first base. His name is one of many mentioned by Boshi as a replacement for Brandon Belt.
Your attention, please. For the Giants, pinch hitting number 29, Hector Sanchez.
So the bases still loaded. Pence, Posey, and Sandoval. 5-4 Giants. And here's Hector Sanchez, switch hitter. Batting left-handed, hitting just 175. Infield back and double play depth. 0-1. Sanchez hitting right-handed is batting .357. The 2 home runs that he has, he hit him left-handed, and in his career he has 1 grand slam. 0-1. Fouled away. 0-2. On deck, Gregor Blanco, the left fielder who was startled on the ball that carried off the bat of Hanley Ramirez, barely clearing the left field wall, good enough to tie up the game. But that was then, now is now. 5-4 Giants. 1 out. Bases loaded. I don't think I've seen Kenley throw as hard this year, except that one time against Miguel Cabrera of Detroit, where the slowest pitch was 98 and the others were 99. One and two. Sanchez trying to shrink the strike zone. And foul back out of play. Sanchez is 5'11", 210. Only 24. He'll be 25 in November. And he's from Maracay in Venezuela. Signed with the Giants when he was 17. He's not 5'11" in that crouch. And he lifts one into shallow left field. It will drop. The runners go station to station, and it is 6-4 Giants on a little fly ball single into left field from Hector Sanchez. So Sanchez base hit, run batted in. Hence carries that in. Posey goes to third. Sandoval goes to second, and the batter will be Gregor Blanco. No chance for Ethier to catch it. He tried to decoy the infield, but the runners didn't buy it and just went station to station. So Sanchez in great spirits, talking to Roberto Kelly. Meanwhile, nothing but gloom on the mound. Blanco's a left-hand batter. J.P. Howell is throwing in the pen. And from the looks of things, well, we'll see. They might be just checking. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're checking to see, are you ready? And Howell apparently said yes. Dodgers now will make a 2-for-1 switch. Scott Van Slyke will be coming into the game, and he's going to play first base for Adrian Gonzalez because Gonzalez made the last out. So Scott Van Slyke will come in along with J.P. Howell. Jansen will be coming out along with Gonzalez, and we'll be right back. A tough inning for him. 2 walks followed by 3 singles. And by the way, that base hit by Hector Sanchez, he is now 8 for 13 in his career with the bases loaded. That means the Giants switch hitting catcher is batting .615 under those circumstances. For Jansen, he made 22 pitches and has to give the ball to JP with a record of 1-3. Gregor Blanco came in as a pinch hitter for Juan Perez, grounded out, stayed in the game in left field. He's 0 for 1. Bases remain loaded. Michael Morse, the big left fielder, comes out on deck. So Morse would be hitting in the number 8 slot. Posey, Sandoval, and Sanchez all out on the lines. And that's going to be popped into shallow left center. A trio of Dodgers, and it's Matt Kemp. So the runners have to hold. That's the second out. And now the batter will be Michael Morse.
Your attention, please, for the Giants pinch hitting number 38, Michael Morse.
Morse with 8 home runs, 24 runs batted in, coming up with a bases loaded 2 out. He has struck out 32 times. The infield can now go back into a normal depth. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 10th, it'll be Kemp, Ethier, and Turner. If anybody gets on, Van Slyke. Oh, and 1. So the Dodgers had to scratch for 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie it up. Now they're going to have to try to do it again. Ramirez could do it once, but he's not close to coming up again in the 10th. 0 and 1. Downcast Kenley Jansen. 0 and 1. 0 and 2. So JP trying to put Morse away. Oh, and 2 to the big left fielder. Michael, a lot of power, hit 31 home runs for the Nationals. 0 and 2. 1 and 2. Michael from Florida. Born in Jamaica. His mother is Jamaican. He became the first native of the nation to play in the big leagues. Originally came up with the White Sox back in 2000. 1 and 2. Check, and it gets away from Olivo. Another run comes in, and the other runners move up. And for the Dodgers, the 10th inning has just come apart, and they're down 7-4. So we'll check and see how that is ruled. We've had one wild pitch in the inning. We'll see if it's a wild pitch or a pass ball. They'll have to look at the replay. Short hop, and that's the second time Olivo has the ball tick his mitt and get between his legs and all the way to the backstop. Now they're probably having a big discussion. Despite the fact it's in the dirt, that doesn't necessarily mean wild pitch, but they're going to call it. So 2 wild pitches in the inning. The Giants say thank you and lead by 3. That's a strike for in the inning, but they gave the Giants the extra run. So we're heading for the bottom of the 10th inning. Giants 7-11, and the Dodgers 4 runs, 13 hits. Three, and they make 3 changes. First of all, Buster Posey goes from behind the plate and takes over at first base. He will be replaced behind. There's Hector Sanchez. He'll be the new catcher. And the new pitcher will be Gene Machi. So the bullpen, after Hudson, the Giants have had Affeldt, Casilla, Romo, and now Machi trying to put the lid on the game they thought they had locked up 4-2. Dodgers came back with a big home run by Ramirez. But now the Giants get 3. 8 men came to the plate in the 10th inning. There were 2 wild pitches, 3 hits, and a couple of walks. So Machi, big boy out of Venezuela, at least 230 pounds, from a little town, El Tigre, the Tiger. Originally signed by the Phillies back in 2000. Spent a long time in the minor leagues and finally made it to the Giants after 11 years scratching in the minor leagues. He's been to Fresno twice, so even coming to the Giants, it hasn't been permanently. They say, among other things about Machi, he speaks so softly, he's very hard to hear. He made his major league debut after all those years in the minor leagues against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And now he hopes he's here to stay. Basically, fastball, curveball, and change. And it'll be Matt Kemp, followed by Andre Ethier, and then Justin Turner. Slow breaking ball for a strike. Giants have really established themselves going head-to-head with the Dodgers. But remember, the Giants won the series from the Dodgers last year, and yet it was the Dodgers going on to win the LCS, or at least get into it. 0-1. Fastball. Matt Kemp twice grounded to short, hit back to the box, last time up single to left. He's made a couple of great defensive plays in center field. Oh, and 2. 1-2. In Machi's long career, all those years in the minor leagues, he had 90 saves, 9-0. How many does he have in his big league career? Zip. None. Nada. One and two. Pretty good fastball at 93, and it's still 1-2. So Gene Machi trying for the first save in his major league career after all those years in the minors. Considering the fact he made his big league debut in 2012, he spent almost 13 years in the minor leagues. Talk about grim determination. 2-2. Of course, that is the problem. You think of it as determination, but what happens is you spend so many years in the minor leagues, all of a sudden the thought hits you, what else can I do? Where else can I get a job? So you hang tough. 2-2. Got him. Inside corner. Kemp caught looking. Down he goes. 1 out in the 10th inning.
Left fielder number 16.
And the batter will be Andre Ethier. Ethier's had a big day, as you see Kemp give on that pitch. It looked inside, and then the late break got the corner. Ethier, 2 doubles, an intentional walk, and a single to right. Justin Turner on deck. 0-1. For Machi, and perhaps it has a lot to do with his nature, he's been roughed up with runners on base. The opposition hitting .312 against him with men on. But with nobody on, his mind is free and clear, and the opposition is hitting just .172. There's a one-hopper, perfectly played by Crawford. Ethier hit that right on the button, but 2 down. So the Dodgers are an out away from losing 3 out of 4 to the Giants, losing 7 of the 10 meeting, losing 8 of the last 10 and losing 5 of the last 7 series between the teams. In other words, the Giants have dominated them so far. Justin Turner grounded to short, grounded to first, single to center and struck out. His base hit. They tried to score Gonzalez, and Angel Pagan threw him out at the plate. Ball 1. So the Dodgers dig in. Miami will be here tomorrow night. Dan Herron on the mound. Giants will go home, and they'll be playing Atlanta. 1 ball and no strikes. Strike, 1-1. Final score down south, San Diego beat the Marlins 5-4. And the Dodgers now down to their last strike. So for Turner, long day at third. The question for the Dodgers, will they play Uribe tomorrow night? We'll have to wait and see. No reason to guess. We'll just see the lineup. Dodgers being very careful. The hamstring was referred to as a mild strain. He's thrown the ball. I think he ran a little bit today, so we'll find out more tomorrow on Juan Uribe. 1-2. Dodgers get, you talk about a fish out of water. That's the Miami Marlins. The Marlins at home, where among other things they have a big fish tank. They are 17-5 at home. Get the fish out of water, they are 3-13. So the Dodgers look to them to get them well after a bad series with San Francisco. 2-2 the count to Justin Turner. 3-2. Waiting on deck, Scott Van Slyke. Three and two. And he walked him. So Turner gets the walk. Van Slyke coming up. Olivo, the catcher, hits ninth in the Dodger lineup. A little restless Bruce Bochy in the Giant dugout, talking to Dave Righetti. And Righetti, I think, was going to go to the phone. Van Slyke with 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, visiting with the plate umpire and the crew chief, Ted Barrett. Yep, Righetti's on the phone. Olivo due to bat 9. And Dave has done what he is told. They're not going to bother holding Turner. There he goes. And there's a base hit banged into left field. And Turner will hold up. So the Dodgers now have a 2-out walk, a base hit to left field. And believe it or not, in this scramble, Miguel Olivo becomes the possible tying run. And Dave Righetti is going out to talk to Machi. Now remember that little note we gave you. Machi is a far more effective pitcher with the bases empty. The opposition hits 170 against him. But with men on base, the opposition hits 312. So down in the bullpen, looking ahead to D. Gordon, they get Javi Lopez, the left-hander, up. So Miguel Olivo. Olivo in his prime, that would be a good 5 years ago, He hit as many as 23 home runs for the Royals. He also hit 19 for the Seattle Mariners back in 2011. So Olivo trying to extend the inning, trying to keep the Dodgers above water. 2 out, 10th inning, 7-4 Giants, and 2 aboard. Way all the way to the backstop, in fact. So Machi wild pitches the runners into scoring position. But the Dodgers, down by 3, have 2 runners. So there were 2 wild pitches given up by Dodger pitchers in the top of the 10th. Now Machi lets one fly. Kenley Jansen talking to Rick Honeycutt. 1 ball, no strikes. And in there for a strike. One and one to Miguel. Turner at third, Van Slyke at second. Dodgers down by 3 and 2 out. Pretty good fastball, jammed him. 1-2 the count. So Machi from Venezuela, Olivo from the Dominican. Olivo, one of those guys, his first major league at bat, he hit a home run. That was way back in 2002. 2-2 on deck. D. Gordon, and Lopez down in the pen would be getting ready for him. Gordon today doubled his last at bat. So Lopez is ready if need be. First base open, 2-2 the count to Miguel Olivo. Olivo's played longer than Machi. Olivo signed as a pro 1998. So deuce is wild. Got him. And that will do it as Olivo strikes out. Dodgers leave runners at second and third. And the Giants not only win 3 out of 4, they push the Dodgers back. They trail by 4.5 games. The player of the game, probably the biggest hit, that was Pablo Sandoval in the 10th inning. When he came up against Jansen, Sandoval grounded a single into left. That broke the tie. And the Giants went on to win it by 3. So tomorrow night, Miami will be here, and Dan Herron will be on the mound. Hope you've had a lovely, blessed, and very happy Mother's Day. And till tomorrow night, good afternoon, everybody.